scorpion's telson makes an overhead strike and delivers a lethal injection. The scorpion toxin blocks the movement of chemicals into muscle cells that allow them to relax. The result is a contraction of muscles across the body, causing paralysis. It's curtains for the camel spider, torn to pieces by a pair of much smaller jaws. As night falls, the hunter becomes the hunted. As a hungry rodent goes on the prowl. This is the carnivorous grasshopper mouse, which will attempt to eat all manner of living creatures, including scorpions. Although they have a special ability to resist the effects of the venom, being stung in the face isn't a pleasant experience. And the scorpion lives to see another day. Scorpions have been around since before the dinosaurs, evolving a rich arsenal of toxins fine-tuned to their prey or predator. There are around 2,000 different species. But for all their fearsome reputation, only a few dozen have a powerful enough toxin to kill a human. The most venomous scorpion in these parts is the Arizona bark scorpion. An incredibly patient ambush predator, he can lie in wait for hours. But if prey comes just close enough, the reaction is swift. Clutching the insect and hammering down with its telson, the scorpion will continue to sting multiple times, finding gaps in the exoskeleton to penetrate the soft body. The sting can cause numbness, severe pain, difficulty swallowing, and sometimes muscle spasms and convulsions. The symptoms can be long-lasting, up to 3 days. And in rare cases, the stinger can be fatal. The cause of death is usually heart or respiratory failure. But for the insect, it's all over in a few minutes. The venom will soften up the prey for easy digestion. Even the smallest animals can deliver venom that's incredibly painful, like the pogo ant. These are the dreaded ants of the Apache legends. An insect so aggressive and potent, tribes supposedly left their enemies on pogo ant mounds to suffer an agonizing death. Grabbing on with their pincers, they can repeatedly sting. The venom is much more effective on vertebrates than insects, with the power to kill a mouse with a few stings. For humans, the main symptom is pain. This is due to a cocktail of toxins in their venom, said to be 20 times more painful than a bee sting. In the mating season, winged ant swarms can number in the thousands. Pheromones released by the males attract a horde of females, who are eventually overpowered by the largest and most persistent members of the opposite sex. It's a mating bonanza that also presents ripe opportunity for the thick-skinned horned lizard. Pogo ants are an acquired taste, but the lizard lives almost exclusively on a diet of these vicious insects. It escapes their venomous sting by coating each ant in a ball of mucus and swallowing it whole. Once in the digestive system, the toxins can be quickly neutralized by stomach acids. As the ants become aware of their deadly intruder, They release an alarm pheromone that attracts even more stinging ants. Such a tactic may have been effective for dispatching Apache enemies, but for the thick-skinned reptile, they're merely the second course in his all-you-can-eat buffet. Lizards of the Sonoran Desert are not to be underestimated. Some are even venomous themselves.
You know, some like venomous animals or some junk.
Like the dreaded Gila monster, a perfectly adapted slow-moving killer. The Gila has a forked tongue, unusual for a lizard. It uses it just like a snake, picking up chemical cues from its prey on the winds, leading the lizard onward and upward, towards the smell of birds. This is a specialist nest predator. It's able to climb giant cacti and trees to raid unguarded eggs. But the Gila also has a taste for the living. And for a creche of young pack rats, life doesn't last long. The reptile only comes out of its burrow to dine a handful of times a year, but can gulp down around a third of its body mass in one sitting. Even adult animals may fall victim to the giant lizard's vice-like grip. Although it has a toxic bite, the Gila's venom is more often reserved for defense. It produces venom in the salivary glands of its lower jaw. When it latches onto victims, it chews, enabling neurotoxins to travel through the grooves in its teeth straight into the open wound. For humans, the venom isn't deadly, but it's excruciating, said to be the most painful of any vertebrate venom, like hot lava coursing through the veins. And because their grinding jaws are so strong, the victim may need to submerge the lizard in water to break free. Fortunately for the Gilas, they are immune to each other's venom. So when romance is on the cards and males fight for the prize, the biggest danger is physical damage. With a short, sturdy skull, its aim is to bite long and hard, potentially inflicting devastating harm. With both opponents strong, vicious and determined, the epic battles can go on for hours on end. With one of the lizard's legs caught in the jaws of the other, they roll and twist until the loser finally breaks free. Of all the reptile killers in the Americas, none carry the fearsome reputation of this enormous pit viper. There are 13 different species of rattlesnake, but the eastern diamondback is the most intimidating, reaching up to 2.5 meters in length. It's a highly venomous killer, so it's best to take heed of its two main warning signs: the hiss and the rattle. The secret to its rattle lies in small segments of keratin that sit loosely inside the tip of its tail. When shaken, they make the famous rattling sound. The The warning has one simple meaning: back off while you still can. The rattlesnake has a formidable launch, able to accurately strike at a distance of 1/3 its body length. It stalks prey using a unique extra sense. It can effectively see warm-blooded organisms through special holes in the face called pit organs. These contain a special membrane that can detect the infrared, forming a thermal image of the prey in its mind. These extraordinary heat pits can detect minute changes in temperature of less than 1/100th of a degree. Through long curved fangs on its upper jaw, it injects its venom subcutaneously. The toxins can destroy tissue, including red blood cells, which prevents clotting, making bleeding difficult to stop, both externally and internally. Around the bite, local swelling and dead tissues appear as more severe effects set in. Because of the destruction of blood, low blood pressure and tiredness in the muscles are key symptoms. Drooping eyelids, thirst, nausea, diarrhea, and severe pain are also signs the venom is taking effect. Without antivenom, a rattlesnake bite can kill a human in under 24 hours. But the snake will rarely attack unless provoked. And with the majority of bites in young adult males, testosterone may be a bigger killer than the snake itself. While extreme desert conditions can be a recipe for extreme adaptations and fearsome killers, ocean dwellers can also be surprisingly hostile, especially if they live on coral reefs. Here, an extraordinary array of creatures must occupy limited space and find a way to survive constant confrontations. It could be a driving force behind the complex and refined toxins found in marine animals. And its most eye-catching creatures are often the deadliest. This miniature, brightly decorated cephalopod has a venom 1,000 times more powerful than cyanide. The blue-ringed octopus. Its name indicates its most dangerous state. When the animal is disturbed, iridescent blue rings manifest across its skin. These warning signals can flash at a rate of 3 times a second, which it controls by contracting and relaxing pouches of skin around the markings. The parts that reflect bright blue and green light are called iridophores, and around these rings are dark pigmented chromatophores, which can expand to provide a dark contrast, accentuating the bright rings. It's a dramatic and deliberate show of alarm. It normally hangs in the warm shallows, a place where it's likely to cross paths with prey. Depending on the creature they're stalking, the octopus changes its hunting tactics. They like to ambush small crabs from behind. But this crustacean has become aware of its stalker. Scuttling through the algae, it evades the octopus, dashing under a rock and out of reach. But octopuses are clever, and patient. And when the crab emerges, the blue-ringed octopus resumes the hunt. This time, it's a surprise attack. On the underside of its head, the octopus has a parrot-like beak, which it uses to crack open the crab's protective shell. As it bites, venom is injected from the salivary gland. What's curious about the venom itself is that it's not made by the octopus. Instead, it relies on marine bacteria to synthesize it. They appear to have a symbiotic relationship with their host. The bacteria gain a safe haven to live, eat, and reproduce, while the octopus gains a formidable chemical weapon by utilizing the tetrodotoxin the bacteria produce. Mostly, the octopus uses the venom on smaller animals, like crabs. In the victim, it blocks nerve transmission, leading to paralysis. The crab remains conscious as the octopus tears its body apart, piece by piece. If you're unlucky enough to get bitten by an angry octopus, the results are rapid and potentially fatal. As voluntary muscles become paralyzed, the victim experiences the loss of motor skills and eventual failure of muscles used for breathing. Death usually occurs from a lack of oxygen, and this can happen within minutes. Although there's no antivenom, if artificial respiration can be continued until the toxin wears off, there's a decent chance of survival. Thankfully, the octopus is mostly active at night, spending most of the day resting in whatever crevice it's made its home. In a package every bit as entrancing as the blue-ringed octopus, the spectacular-looking lionfish is a beauty not to be messed with. Their floaty, delicate appearance disguises a voracious predator. Using specialized swim bladders, they can move with precise control in the water column. This allows them to aggressively corner prey against rocks or the sea floor and strike quickly, swallowing smaller fish whole. As they close in, they also blow water jets to cause confusion and position the target for a head-first entry. Down the hatch. With extremely venomous, painful spines, anyone who tries to handle them is in for a nasty shock. When the spines pierce flesh, toxins rush out from venom glands in 2 grooves in the spines. The stings are not fatal, but the pain is so overwhelming it can cause sweating, nausea, and even respiratory distress, depending on the number of spines penetrating and the individual's sensitivity to the venom. More than 50% of venomous vertebrates in the world are fish. And the most venomous of all these is a brilliantly camouflaged relative of the lionfish. In fact, you'd be forgiven for missing it altogether. The stonefish. It's commonly found lurking on the sea floor of the Australian coast. As its name suggests, it looks just like a stone. One that appears as if it's been lying on the reef long enough to be completely overgrown with algae. Individuals can be decorated with splashes of bright colours over a base tone of brown or grey, helping it blend in with nearby coral. With such an excellent disguise, it's almost impossible to detect, even for fish. But it's all a magnificent deception. Because when it wants to, the stonefish can move so fast that an attack is over in a fraction of a second. With a huge jaw and giant mouth, it creates a vacuum so powerful it can suck down small fish in an instant. Its venom is equally brutal. Like the lionfish, the stonefish uses its venom entirely in defense. The venom glands lie around a third of the way down its 13 dorsal fin spines. When the fish is threatened, it will raise the spines, protecting it from potential predators above. And if you tread on one by mistake, the experience will forever be seared in your memory. When the spines pierce flesh, the venom is injected, causing a debilitating, searing pain. In severe cases, the venom can also cause blood vessels to widen, leading to low blood pressure, weakness, nausea, vomiting, and heart attacks. It can kill a human in less than an hour. But by immersing the limb in hot water above 40 degrees Celsius, the venom can be deactivated. Venomous animals are often referred to as poisonous, but they are quite different. Both kinds of animals contain toxins, but the method of delivery is what sets them apart. Venom is injected into the flesh, traveling through tissues or vessels to achieve their result, whereas poison needs to be touched, inhaled, or ingested. As venomous animals have evolved and adapted through time, their chemical arsenal has fine-tuned to their target's vulnerabilities, with hundreds, even thousands of components working together for maximum impact. Nature's poisons have been perfected and shaped by the same competitive pressures. Secreted through the pores or stored in tissues, these chemical defenses can inflict equally devastating harm. But the warning signs are there if you know where to look. The pufferfish is one such poisonous ocean dweller. Often brightly coloured and decorative, its striking patterns are a good indicator to stay clear. The slow-moving fish is far from an easy target. It spends most of its time hovering over the reef, munching at algae or looking for small invertebrates like clams and mussels, which it can crack open with its hard beak. But at the first sign of trouble, it will puff up to several times its ordinary size by filling its stomach with water. Suddenly resembling a soccer ball, it's almost impossible to eat without choking. Persevere and the consequences could be lethal, because pufferfish are full of the same tetrodotoxin as the blue-ringed octopus. They pick up the toxin-producing bacteria by eating the tissues of other marine animals. It's thought these bacteria find a new suitable home in the intestines of the fish, where they continue to produce the deadly toxin. These poisons then get absorbed into the tissues of the fish. Initial symptoms may begin around 20 minutes after consumption, first felt as a tingling of the lips and mouth, followed by dizziness, tingling extremities, difficulty speaking, progressing to muscle weakness and paralysis, vomiting and diarrhea. The unfortunate diner will remain conscious while unable to speak, breathe, or move. In severe cases, death can result from respiratory paralysis. With no antidote, the only treatment option is emptying the stomach and providing life support until the toxin wears off. Despite such a formidable defense system, the pufferfish is not immune to attack in the marine environment. And sometimes it's the most innocuous-looking landscapes that prove the deadliest. On the ocean floor, a strange predator lurks, with a lightning-fast ambush prepared. Blind and brainless, but surprisingly brutal, the bobbit worm is one of the most terrifying creatures to be found in ocean sediments. It can reach up to 3 meters in length, but its long body is often entirely hidden. That's why it's also known as the sand striker. As it lies in wait, only a fraction of the animal is visible. Its oddly shaped head with 5 tiny antennae protrude from the sand to feel disturbances in the water column, like the delicate currents from a hovering pufferfish, unaware of its predator below. The monstrous bobbit worm attacks, pulling its victim into the rubble with razor-sharp teeth. Such is its strength, it has the power to slice a fish in half. Even the poisonous puffer has little defense against the fury of a bobbit worm attack. With fish ceasing their struggle within minutes of capture, scientists speculate that their jaws may connect to venom glands, which help stun and digest their prey. Snails are one of the least threatening animals on land, but marine versions can be astonishingly vicious and deadly. Like their terrestrial relatives, they're slow-moving. But this textile cone-shell snail is rapidly closing in on prey. It hunts other snails, sniffing them out with its oral siphon. Directly below it, a smaller but much more frightening appendage. This is one proboscis you don't want pointed in your direction. Inside is a harpoon-like tooth so sharp it can penetrate a rubber wetsuit. The proboscis probes for the point of vulnerability and fires. Envenomated, the snail will slowly be sucked from its shell and eaten. Even a hermit crab that recognizes the danger faces a determined predator. Desperately hopping away, it has speed and some extra legs on its side. Even though they're slow, some snails hunt fish. Like the geographic cone-shell snail, it can use a hook and line fishing method with its venomous harpoon. Or it can net them in its giant expanding mouth. Enticing fish closer, the proboscis can even act like a lure. Once it's hit, the animal struggles for only a few seconds before a special fish-specific toxin kicks in, sedating and immobilizing it so that the snail can slowly swallow it whole. By hunting at night when fish are resting, the cone-shell snail gains an extra advantage. Unaware of the danger, this fish is a sitting target. The tooth fires, tethering prey to attacker and reeling it in. The harpoon is launched by a powerful muscle contraction, while still attached to the snail's radula, a tongue-like structure. Harpoons are stockpiled here in a special sac, which is loaded with venom from the venom bulb. As the tooth hits, it releases the venom containing hundreds, even thousands of different toxins. It's so complex, no antidote has been developed to combat the venom's devastating effects. The cone-shell snail uses two completely different types of venom, depending on whether it's hunting or protecting itself from predators. Incredibly, they appear to mix these chemical cocktails on the go, according to the target. Like a mobile chemistry lab, it can also release a form of insulin into the water column to stun prey. Once this passes through fish gills, the animal enters hypoglycemic shock, unable to react as it's slowly devoured. By the time it wakes, it's too late. Hours later, fish bones will be regurgitated. The venom that targets fish has no effect on humans, but the snail can rapidly switch to its defense venom, which can be lethal. Pain can range from mild to severe. This is followed by numbness or tissue death at the wound site. The body can experience weakness, sweating, visual changes, paralysis, cardiac failure, respiratory failure, and potentially death in as little as 5 hours. On a different part of the reef, a small predatory mollusk shuffles across the seafloor. In an outrageous smorgasbord of forms and colorations, the nudibranch is perhaps one of the world's most surprising venomous animals. Described as psychedelic thieves, they don't produce any toxins of their own, they steal them from others. These flamboyant robbers prey on cnidarians like soft corals, jellyfish, and anemones. And in the process, appropriate their stingers in the most fascinating way. Cnidarians normally deter all sorts of predators with microscopic harpoon-like structures called nematocysts, which fire from their tentacles. But these defences are rendered impotent by the colourful sea slug, which covers them in slime as it overpowers them. This appears to stop many of the nematocysts from firing. The nudibranch's mouth and throat are also lined with a tough tissue called chitin, and this helps them eat their prey without being harmed. Discs of chitin also protect their insides. Any unfired nematocysts that make it through this digestive process are stored in special pouches that extend up into their brilliantly coloured exterior appendages. These decorative fan-like structures are actually gills called serrata, and this is where the stolen nematocysts are fired from. Like tiny grenades, they're launched in defence, depositing their venom inside attackers. But they can do more than just steal the stingers. Some even absorb toxins from sponges, making them poisonous to eat. The ability to disable and evade the sting of nematocysts is a remarkable, if not envious, trait, because some of them can be extraordinarily potent. Come summertime, the seas in the north of Australia are a place you may not wish to go swimming, because another fan of the clear, warm tropical waters is the box jellyfish. Jellyfish have the oldest venomous lineage, dating back 700 million years. And this brainless, heartless creature is the most venomous animal in the world. In the last 70 years, more than 5,000 people have died from its toxins. The box jellyfish gets its name from its strangely cubic body. Even without a nervous system, they manage what many other jellyfish can't do. They can swim. Instead of just drifting with the currents, they can move with purpose and direction at around 4 knots. They have multiple eyes, even though it's uncertain how they process visual information. But it's their tentacles that induce the most fascination and fear. They have 15 tentacles attached to each corner of the cube, a total of 60, which trail behind them for up to 10 feet. These stingers can tangle around the body like sticky bootlaces, and they're loaded with venom and ready to fire. With hair-like triggers on their stinging cells, box jellyfish release their microscopic deadly harpoons on contact with prey or predator. They fire at a speed of around 60 kilometers an hour. Each one contains a tiny tube that turns inside out as the dart pierces flesh, unloading its venom. The greater the struggle, the further the entanglement, and the more venom is unloaded, increasing the toxic load. The fish is slowly and painfully drawn into the bell, ensnared on multiple lines. At the center of the bell, the jellyfish has a mouth, leading to a single cavity where food is slowly digested. The box jelly is so lethal because it can fire hundreds of thousands of these miniature Hellfire missiles at once, unleashing a toxic tidal wave so powerful it can stop the human heart in less than 5 minutes. The first sensation can be compared to dozens of needles piercing the skin or a branding hot cattle iron, followed by the rapid loss of motor skills and breathing. The venom contains proteins that can puncture red blood cells, causing them to leak huge amounts of potassium, which can cause a heart attack. If fatal, most casualties die from cardiac arrest. In tropical waters around the world, another stinging jellyfish brings terror to swimmers in a much smaller package. The irukandji are almost invisible. Transparent and small, with a bell around the size of a sugar cube, they have only 4 tentacles. Yet in Australia, they put more people in hospital each year than snakes, sharks and crocodiles combined. And because they're so small, they can easily pass through the sea nets used to filter out box jellies. Tiny clusters of nematocysts on its stingers do more than just fire venom. They act as a bait for prey. The irukandji flick and twist their tentacles, attracting the attention of small fish. To them, the tiny dots look like morsels of food. As they head over to investigate, they're envenomated, most often right in the mouth. Unlike the box jellyfish, the initial sting can be mild, meaning the irukandji can go unnoticed until the effects escalate into a horrendous combination of symptoms known as irukandji syndrome. Around 20 minutes after the nematocyst have fired, severe pain sets in, sometimes right through the body. Difficulty breathing, constant vomiting, and intense cramps may follow. But the most disturbing effects can be psychological, including an impending sense of doom, agitation, and an unnerving feeling across the skin. Severe hypertension can lead to heart failure or brain hemorrhaging. With no antidote, doctors can only treat the symptoms as they come. And the irukandji threat is a problem that's not disappearing. With a love for warmer waters, their ideal habitat is slowly expanding. Across the world, more than 100,000 animals produce venom or poison. From the brainless to the conniving, venom has been fine-tuned in animals as diverse as bees and lizards, jellyfish and spiders. By repurposing molecules that are already in place across the body, in the blood, brain or digestive tract, nature's life support systems can become nature's greatest killers. So complex and perfect, they're a source of inspiration to scientists developing everything from blood clotting and blood pressure treatments to painkillers and heart medicines. Ironically, the venoms and poisons of the world's most toxic animals are more likely to save your life than to kill you. It's a dangerous world. Competition is fierce. Every corner of Earth is a battleground. A chemical weapon can be an unfair advantage, with the power to slay the opponent in just one strike. A venomous harpoon, a fatal sting, a deadly bite. But beware the toxic defenders. Make them a meal and die a slow and painful death. In an evolutionary arms race, the world's toxic animals have pitched their poisons and venoms against each other for millions of years, perfecting and refining their lethal concoctions, concentrating death into a single drop. Hiding under the sea floor, lurking in the dark crevices of the earth, and scuttling through the undergrowth. These are the world's most toxic animals. Earth's forests teem with life. With moisture, cover, and a moderate climate, they provide the right conditions for more than half the world's plants, animals, and insects. With so much competition, many species seek to gain advantage over the others with a potent poison or venom. And with millions of years to evolve the perfect chemical concoction, even the smallest forest dwellers can take down their opponents with a single toxic drop. Close to the coast, the temperate forests of southeast Australia provide just the right climate and habitat for one of the planet's deadliest spiders, the Sydney funnel web. One drop of its venom is toxic enough to kill a human in 15 minutes. It dwells in bushlands and gardens, sheltering between rocks or logs in a burrow lined with silk. The web is distinctive, a funnel-like entrance created by a mass of irregular silk trip lines. Even the lightest footsteps across this elaborate booby trap are sure to be detected. Just below the rim, a female funnel web spider lies in wait. Her front legs on the silk strands, on the alert for tantalizing vibrations. Home delivery has arrived. The cricket is taken down into the spider's den, a dark, damp lair from which it will never return. The females rarely leave their burrows, but the males will hunt outside when it's humid. And they'll eat almost anything they can kill. Even though the female is larger, the male funnel web is up to 6 times more venomous. Only the male has been known to kill humans. And he's most dangerous when on the prowl. Rising up into a strike position, the spider bites with a force powerful enough to penetrate a human fingernail or an insect's tough exoskeleton. Most spiders have fangs that point inward, so they can use them as pincers while they bite, but the funnel web has parallel curved fangs that are hollow. Connected to 2 venom glands, they pierce and inject at the same time to deliver an extremely complex and potent concoction. Neurotoxins produce a rapid effect on the nervous system, disrupting the cells that coordinate bodily functions. Ambushed and overpowered, a cricket is quickly neutralized. The funnel web toxins have evolved specifically to kill insects and cause rapid paralysis. But over time, the male venom has modified, not just to target prey, but also potential predators, like lizards. During mating season, males emerge from their burrows, lured from their lair by the desire for a mate. Their wandering nature puts them more at risk of becoming a meal themselves, which is thought to be why they have more potent venom. They do their best to find a female out in the open, trespass into her den, and there's a high likelihood of being eaten. Mating is a highly risky act for the male, even out in the open. If his courting moves aren't successful, or if he doesn't escape quickly after copulation, he may still end up as her next meal. He quickly transfers his sperm packet and beats a hasty retreat. Lucky to be alive. The Sydney funnel web spider is found in a 100-kilometre radius of Australia's most populous city. Like us, they like to live near water. As they hunt for a mate, males may wander into the domain of humans, under garden equipment or into homes. Funnel webs will die after a short time in direct sunlight, so they're drawn toward humid and dark hiding spots. When cornered, the spider is ready to defend. It often strikes repeatedly, envenomating multiple times. And in an unfortunate evolutionary accident, both insects and primates are extremely vulnerable to male funnel web venom. It contains a neurotoxin called robustoxin. It works specifically by causing nerves to constantly fire across the body. First signs are pain at the bite site, then tingling around the mouth and headache, progressing to sweating and muscular spasms. A racing heart combined with respiratory distress can be a deadly combination. The most dangerous place to be bitten is the torso, where no tourniquet can be applied, and where death is almost certain. Somewhere in tropical Asia, an equally fearsome but much bigger predator makes its way silently and quickly across the leafy jungle floor. A king cobra, the world's largest venomous snake. This is a phenomenal serpent in size, reaching up to 5 meters in length. When confronted, They can lift a third of their body off the ground, allowing them to look a person in the eye. It's not a glare for the faint of heart. But today's target is much lower to the ground. A reptile much like itself. The king cobra is a cannibal. It feeds mainly on other snakes. And the meal in its sights is a rat snake. The king cobra has excellent vision, capable of spotting prey up to 90 meters away. The rat snake has nowhere to go as the cobra closes in. It has two short and sharp upper fangs which act like delivery tubes for the venom. While it's not the most potent of snake venoms, what it lacks in potency, it delivers in volume. One injection contains enough neurotoxins to kill an elephant, or 20 humans. It contains an especially powerful peptide toxin which blocks the body's ability to control muscles in response to signals from the brain. The rat snake does its best to defend itself, but its bite has little effect on the king cobra. Even multiple hits to the face don't deter its attacker. The rat snake isn't venomous, and even if it was, the cobra has a special protection. It's evolved a genetic mutation that makes it immune to the neurotoxins of other snakes. Their venom is unable to latch onto receptors on the cobra's cells, allowing it to subdue its prey without fear of life-threatening retribution. It's a ferocious battle. After several envenomations, the rat snake finally succumbs to the cobra's toxins. A slight shift of position, and the cobra begins swallowing the entire reptile, head first. Eating an animal this long could be a challenge, but the cobra's digestive tract is a long tube, much like its body shape. And the rat snake is a perfect fit. As the tail disappears, the king cobra has once again proved it's king of the snakes. Despite being known for such bold attacks on its own kind, the king cobra is shy when it comes to humans. It will only bite when cornered or provoked. When that happens, unfortunately, humans have no magic mutation that makes them immune. If bitten, death can come quickly, in as little as 30 minutes. King cobra venom contains peptides and proteins that target nerve cells, blocking the response of muscles to neurotransmitters that normally signal them to contract at the diaphragm. The result is respiratory paralysis and eventually death. The only way out is quick access to antivenom, or artificial respiration till the effects of the venom wear off. Toxins are a powerful weapon of assault, but they work equally well in defense. While venomous animals must inject their toxins, poisons need only be touched, inhaled, or ingested to cause effect. The rain-soaked jungles of South America are home to one of the most poisonous animals in the world. It's an amphibian that's famous among the locals, and it's as deadly as it is dazzling. The poison dart frog. Like bright shiny jewels set against a backdrop of jungle greens, different species of the dart frog are found in an array of bright colours and patterns. Bite-sized and an easy catch, the frog would naturally be on the menu for many predators. But in nature, these electric hues often serve as warning signs for dangerous chemicals on board. The poison dart frog is no exception. Their toxin is so deadly, they were once used by local hunters to make their arrow tips poisonous. Hence the name, poison dart frog. The golden dart frog of Colombia is just 2 inches long, but has enough poison to kill 10 humans. The frog doesn't make the poison itself. Instead, it extracts and concentrates the key chemicals through the beetles, ants, and other small invertebrates it eats. It's thought the poison dart frog hunts like other frogs by drumming or toe twitching. These small little movements are irresistible to prey species. And they have another trick to reel them in when they do appear. Long, sticky tongues. But any attempt to eat or even lick one of these pretty frogs, and they'll sweat poison, releasing a lethal, frothy mouthful from glands on their back. The secretion contains batrachotoxin. It can wreak havoc on the nervous system, even when consumed in tiny amounts. Batrachotoxin is one of the most potent toxins known, causing paralysis and death. One of its effects is to switch on all the body's nerves, similar to funnel web spider venom. But this poison works on the nerves of just about any species it comes in contact with. Some can be mild, like local irritation. Others cause brain damage, hallucinations, respiratory paralysis, hypertension, seizures, and death. There are many types of dart frogs which carry a range of alkaloid poisons, so the neurotoxic effects can also vary. Those bearing the brightest patterns are also the deadliest. But what is potent poison in the wild can turn out to be life-saving in the lab. Some alkaloids are killers of cancer. Others, such as the molecule epibetadine, may numb pain, being up to 200 times as potent as morphine. If these could be developed in a way that removes the toxicity, they might represent the painkillers of the future. Bright colours in nature serve as such an effective warning. Some animals gain protection through a well-patterned bluff. This is a deadly coral snake, a standout with its bright rings of scarlet, black and pale yellow. But this doppelganger isn't venomous at all. It's a coral mimic snake. Subtle differences in the scales can tell them apart, like the order of coloured rings. But there's enough of a similarity to see doubt in the minds of potential predators. It's an evolutionary trait known as Batesian mimicry. In Costa Rica, there's a strong selection on predators that avoid anything that looks like a coral snake, because there's a high price to pay for any animal that makes a mistake. And that price is death. Even a mediocre mimic is likely to escape harm. So it's a perfectly evolved disguise. One that works very effectively on the normally curious coati. The coati is a little like a raccoon, with an unusually long nose that helps it find prey under rocks, including small snakes. But the coral snake mimic is not deterred. It presses on. The moment the coati spots the brightly striped traveller, it it makes a dash in the opposite direction. Even in areas where the venomous version of the coral snake has long died out, predators still avoid the mimic, just in case. In the rainforests of Australia's north, a curious and delightful inhabitant goes about its business on a barbed pandanus leaf. This is where the peppermint stick insect spends its life, almost exclusively. It eats the plant, breeds on it, and benefits from its spiky protection. Its body neatly contained within the natural curve of the long leaf. But for nimble hunters that have no issue negotiating such terrain, the insect has a backup plan. Today, a hungry huntsman is in for a nasty shock. It approaches from behind, a particularly unwise move, because just below the peppermint stick insect's head are a pair of directional nozzles. They release a peppermint-scented milky spray that contains chemicals which the insect gets from its food. These are known to be particularly irritating to eyes. And when you have 8 of them, the sensation can't be pleasant. The peppermint stick insect is left in peace to continue its lunch. When British biologists received their first specimen of the Australian platypus, they thought it was a practical joke. With different body parts stitched together from vastly different animals. It has a bill and webbed feet like a duck, a tail like a beaver, a skeleton like a reptile, and claws like a small bear, making the river-dwelling, egg-laying platypus one of the world's most intriguing animals. But it gets weirder. This small and furry conundrum is also one of the few venomous mammals. The venom isn't for predation. The platypus hunts mostly at night using its duck-like bill, which is packed with special cells that can pick up the delicate electric fields produced by prey. Like a sixth sense, they allow the platypus to locate insect larvae, crayfish and shrimp, which are often difficult to spot in murky rivers. So the platypus doesn't need venom to get its meal. Instead, it's used to get a leg up on love rivals. Produced by males mainly during the mating season, the venom is a powerful weapon against other males. A chemical firebomb that yells, "Get lost, she's mine." When they duel, they wrap their legs around each other and jab in with their short hind leg spurs. These crooked daggers unleash a tide of toxic chemicals which can temporarily paralyze the affected limb. If a human is so unlucky to receive a stab from the platypus spurs, the effects can be severely unpleasant. The wound swells and toxins cause a searing, debilitating pain, against which even the strongest painkillers are no remedy. Effects can also include nausea and cold sweats, but the most unbearable factor is the longevity of the pain, which can last days, weeks, even months. But with the platypus most active at night and underwater, focused on its next meal and its love life, humans are mostly safe from their envenomations. Deep in the jungles of South America, far below the forest canopy, a highly venomous nomad is venturing out for a snack. A large, intimidating spider that likes to hide in the folds of giant banana leaves until it comes out to hunt. This is the Brazilian wandering spider. Unlike other spiders, it doesn't spin a web or lie in wait to ambush. It actively wanders its neighbourhood to seek out prey. And this is one walkabout arachnid you don't want to cross paths with. It's one of the most venomous spiders in the world. Red hairs around the fangs serve as a good warning to other would-be predators to leave it well alone. And with a leg span around 15 centimetres, the spider will tackle anything it can sink its large fangs into. It only takes a small amount of venom to kill its smaller prey like beetles or other insects. But the spider is a ruthless and cannibalistic hunter, even taking down large spiders of its own kind. And its powerful venom also works against vertebrates, widening the menu to animals like small reptiles and frogs. Once injected, the venom works to immobilize the victim. The spider can then inject enzymes that break down tissues for easy consumption. Attacks against humans are usually in self-defense, but that's surprisingly common. The spider's habit of hiding in the folds of banana leaves gives the two species a unique and unfortunate opportunity to collide. When a human is bitten, severe burning at the bite site is followed by symptoms like sweating and goosebumps. The venom contains a host of different toxic peptides that disrupt the normal function of nerve cells. This venom is mostly neurotoxic. Effects can range from high or low blood pressure, a racing or slow heartbeat, and dizziness, convulsions, and excessive sweating. But because the spider bites in self-defense, it usually doesn't unload all its venom at once, so serious bites are rare. Grasslands cover about a quarter of the Earth's land surface. To the casual observer, they may appear barren. But these prairies and savannas can be surprisingly rich, sometimes supporting as much biological diversity as rainforests. They provide critical and unique habitats for some of the world's most intriguing and toxic animals. The plains of sub-Saharan Africa are home to a particularly venomous inhabitant. The black mamba, the fastest land snake in the world, and one of its deadliest. Racing through the grass with its head more than a metre high, it's a truly terrifying sight. When they sense danger, they head for cover, towards thicker vegetation. A gaping, inky black mouth and a flared neck is a sure sign of a threatened mamba, and a good reason to back off. But despite being a nervous, skittish snake, the black mamba will usually only attack when cornered, preferring to use its speed for escape. Like most cold-blooded creatures, the black mamba is active during the day. Each morning and afternoon it can be found basking for several hours in the sun. But this mamba isn't looking for a branch to rest on. It's spotted lunch, the warm-blooded type. Tasting the air and the presence of its fat and furry neighbour, the reptile inches closer. Its grey scales are well camouflaged against the bark. As the rodent is distracted, the snake seizes its opportunity. Black mambas usually strike several times in succession. Their venom acts fast, especially on a small mammal like this one. The adult mamba carries about 12 to 20 drops of venom per fang. Just 2 drops can kill a grown human. The mamba's venom contains peptides and proteins that stop nerves being able to communicate with muscles, so it results in paralysis. It also contains toxins that can act directly on the heart. Without antivenom, death to humans can come in as little as 20 minutes. And it's a certainty. Without treatment, the mortality rate is 100%. Higher than any venomous snake in the world. In minutes, the rodent has fallen off its perch. As it's slowly consumed, enzymes in the snake's saliva begin to break down the tissues. Within a few hours, it will be fully digested. Not all fast snakes are active hunters. Across the other side of the world, the Australian death adder moves silently across the leaf litter. It's looking for an ideal location to curl up and wait. The death adder is an ambush predator, and despite a short, stumpy body, it's one of the fastest known striking snakes. When it finds the right spot, it lies very, very still, coiled like a spring. It can remain in this position for days, waiting patiently. When the right kind of meal appears, it begins to move. At first, in a barely perceptible way. Flicking like a little worm or tiny lizard. Its tail works deceptively to lure in other would-be predators. A lizard has fallen for the ruse. The adder's tail keeps twitching and swaying in a tantalizing display, while the rest of the snake remains frozen. The death adder has the longest and most mobile fangs of any Australian snake. They inject a highly potent venom, and the neurotoxin quickly paralyzes the lizard. The snake waits for the animal to die before eating it whole. Most Australians will never see a death adder in the wild, even if they walk right past it. But if the snake strikes, death is on the cards. In humans, the effects are slow and take hours to appear, but eventually the venom can cause voluntary muscles to become paralyzed, leading to respiratory failure. Other symptoms include abdominal pain, headache, drowsiness, and the enlargement of lymph nodes. And before antivenom was developed, around half of all people bitten died. Living up to its name, the death adder remains one of the most venomous snakes in Australia. Australia is known for its highly toxic array of species, and even the smallest don't disappoint. Reaching up to 4 centimetres in length, the bulldog ant fears no intruder. It Its large compound eyes give it excellent vision. They're dwarfed only by its enormous jagged pincers. Even though they look painful, the business end is at the rear. Inside is a stinger waiting to be unleashed, and it's loaded with venom. It's closely related to the venom found in bees, but the ant can sting multiple times and in swarms. And several people have died from the effects, making it the world's most dangerous ant. Any creature that wanders into the bull ant's path is sure to feel its effects, which are both unique and severe, as this unfortunate centipede is about to discover. As the ants latch on with their pincers, they curl their barbless stingers into the victim. The ant's venom has a basic, brutal effect. It punches holes through the surface of every cell it comes in contact with, killing them. This effect is called cytotoxic. It's toxic to all cells. This makes it perfect for killing insect prey and causing strong pain when injected into any mammal unfortunate enough to be wandering near to the nest. Against a persistent mob, even the many legs of a centipede are not enough for a fast getaway. The animal is flipped over for better access to the soft underbelly. As the venom takes effect, it drains away any fight left in the centipede, who is swiftly carried away. Adult ants are restricted in what they can eat by their thin necks. They favour sweet and sticky meals like honeydew on leaves, nectar, seeds and fruits, but their larvae are carnivorous. Fresh kills are carted off into the nest to feed their growing brood and expand their army. The nest can extend several metres underground, and eggs and larvae are stored in special chambers off the main tunnel. They're the product of a single ant queen whose primary task in life is to reproduce. As she pumps out eggs, the rest of the workers tend to her needs and feed the ravenous young. The larvae signal their hunger by standing upright and waving their bodies around. They require a constant army of ants on the prowl for more victims. Their main prey is other insects, like this slow-moving beetle, which is easily brought down by a single ant. It will soon succumb to the venom and be fed to the waiting grubs. But even bees with wings and a stinger of their own can become casualties of their endless appetite. While the bee's barbed stinger is a single-use weapon, the ant stinger is barbless and can sting multiple times. Outnumbered and outgunned, the bee is finished off and dragged back to the nest, to be dispatched by the creche of hungry white grubs. Insect carcasses are torn open by the jaws of the worker ants, so the larvae can dive in and consume the contents. Eventually, when they've gorged their fill and fattened up, they spin themselves a pupal case of silk. It's made from small coiled proteins that wind around each other, eventually forming a light and tough case that protects the pupa as it transforms. The metamorphosis takes around a month. As their pincers begin to chew through the case, adults are on hand to assist. The newborn eventually breaks free of its silky cocoon indistinguishable from its elders, except for a lighter coloured body. Armed with a fresh pair of pincers and a new stinger, it's time to join the army. Bulldog ants are extremely successful. They have a lineage that stretches back 50 million years, long enough to have stung a dinosaur or two in their past. The red-bellied blacksnake is one of Eastern Australia's most commonly spotted snakes because it shares a love of the sun and water with humans. It likes to hang around streams, swamps and lagoons, moving between shady and sunny spots to keep an even body temperature. Today, a native spotted marsh frog has caught the eye of the red-bellied blacksnake. Its glossy black scales can help disguise the reptile in the creek bed. But with its back turned, the frog is a sitting target. The snake's venom is a mix of myotoxins causing muscle weakness and neurotoxins, as well as chemicals that affect blood clotting. Victims can lose their sense of taste and smell, as well as their life. But for the red-bellied blacksnake, its toxins are a life giver, delivering another meal and another day in the Australian sun. In mating season, competition for females can be fierce. The males will often engage in lengthy duels, which can last up to half an hour. The bid for dominance can include biting. But luckily, they're immune to each other's venom. The fight becomes more like a wrestling match. Each snake attempts to push the other's head down with his chin. Without limbs, wrestling moves are somewhat limited. In dark, dry corners of grasslands, forests, and the back garden shed, Australia's second deadliest spider lies in wait. The redback spider will live virtually anywhere there is enough food and a place to spin its web. And that often happens to be close to humans. The female is the largest of the two sexes, with a distinctive red blaze across her round, bulbous back. At first glance, her web appears a tangled mess, with none of the symmetry or beauty of a traditional garden spider. But this is a finely engineered death trap. Usually constructed in the habitual pathways that target prey move along. The lower component is designed with a number of trip lines which connect with the ground under tension. And a grasshopper stumbles across one of these gossamer thin strands. Subtle vibrations travel down the trip line, and it's all the signal the spider needs. She's on the move. The grasshopper leaps into exactly the wrong position. The spider turns its back and throws line after line of special sticky silk called swathing silk, which it uses to wrap its prey in, over and over. The silk is incredibly strong, and resistance is useless. Once the prey is wrapped and bitten, it's carted off to the upper part of the web, like in a giant shopping bag. As the spider travels, it disconnects and reconnects a series of silk lines to reach the spot where it can settle down and feed. The venom liquefies the insect's insides so that the spider can slowly suck them out. The female rarely leaves her web, but is responsible for most bites on humans, mainly from people sticking their hand directly into the spider's web by accident. It happens with surprising frequency. The redback produces venom in its mouthparts, which it injects through two hollow fangs. Widow spiders like the redback have a secret weapon not found in other spiders: giant proteins called latrotoxins. These special neurotoxic proteins produce a syndrome known as latrodectism, usually characterized by the onset of extreme pain, muscular weakness, nausea, headache, fever, hypertension, and vomiting. Since an anti-venom was developed, no deaths have been recorded. When redback spiders mate, it's often the male's last hurrah, because the female eats him shortly after and even during sex. Using the stored sperm, she can lay several batches of eggs over 2 years. After around 2 weeks in the egg sac, around 250 baby spiders will emerge. As they spread across the web, finding food is a priority. And even when newly born, the spiders are merciless. They will cannibalize their own siblings to gain advantage and sustenance. But not every animal avoids the redback spider web. Some other arachnids, like the Portia jumping spider, have learnt the tricks of negotiating these death traps. It moves gently across the silk toward the babies, without ringing the alarm bell. It's a delicate high-wire act. But for this master of web invasion, the juicy hatchlings are a snack worth the risk. In the grasslands of Africa, an extreme ambush forager is lurking. Many other snakes are more venomous than this one, but the puff adder is responsible for more deaths on the continent than any other snake. It can be found in a wide range of environments, but is rarely spotted. Because unlike other serpents, it doesn't move to escape when approached. Instead, it relies on its marvelous camouflage, which can be so effective that the snake isn't spotted until it's too late. It may puff up and hiss as a warning, but if the warning sign isn't heeded, things can quickly turn nasty. Like other vipers, the puff adder has hollow, long, hinged fangs. When it strikes, they fold out and deliver a painful bite with a deeply penetrating venom, perfect for knocking out a rat. The fast-acting venom contains toxins that upset blood coagulation and punch holes in cells. It's a deadly mix. The tissue necrosis caused by the venom aids digestion, a process already begun before the rat is consumed. Its unwillingness to move and fast strike capabilities can also be a fatal combination for unsuspecting humans. The venom causes swelling almost immediately at the location of the bite, and rapid changes to blood pressure and heart rate. Within 4 hours, the victim can suffer internal hemorrhaging, as well as nausea, fever, and organ failure. Without treatment, death can quickly follow. A critical shortage of antivenoms in sub-Saharan Africa means many health centres aren't equipped to treat the bite. From the forests to the grasslands, beneath the waves and in the dry, baking deserts. Venomous and poisonous animals have evolved and adapted to thrive in almost every conceivable environment. With a diverse arsenal, these animals contain toxins refined and perfected across millions of years, concentrating swift-acting molecular compounds into a single lethal drop. But with such a wide range of effects and so many unique delivery systems, which one kills more human beings than any other? The animal that takes this crown is one we don't usually think of as toxic. It's lighter than a feather. Its bite is disturbingly frequent and often goes unnoticed, as it routinely delivers death through its microscopic funnel. The mosquito. Attracted by carbon dioxide in our breath, it's only the female that seeks us out, searching for the red blood cells that give her the proteins she needs to develop her own eggs. Landing on the skin surface, she rolls up a flexible sheath around her proboscis and injects 6 needle-like parts. 2 of them use nano-sharp teeth to saw through the skin. Another set parts the tissues, so the 5th needle can pierce a blood vessel. This needle also doubles as a straw, but it's the 6th needle that's the real killer. This drips saliva from the mosquito into us. It prevents blood from coagulating, makes vessels dilate and skin itch. The mosquito's saliva contains coagulotoxins, but they're not about to kill you. They only make your blood a little easier to drink. But the saliva can also contain viruses and parasites that kill around 1 million human beings every year. Dengue fever, malaria, Zika, and West Nile River virus are all diseases spread by female mosquitoes as they feed on the blood of humans. They kill far more than all the other toxic animals of the world combined. So despite all the fear that venomous and poisonous animals invoke throughout the world, what lives in the wilderness is far less dangerous than the creatures that lurk at home. It's the most exotic animals with their potent and fast-acting potions that are giving us unique and powerful insights into our own biology. It's vital to maintain and preserve this extraordinary biodiversity before we lose the chance to learn from their captivating complexity.
Before humans ever walked the earth, a deadly battle was fought out each day between hunters and the hunted, between predators and their prey.
These would have been terrifying animals.
Tyrannosaurs who hunted in packs, the monster lizard with venom in its jaws, and a giant shark weighing up to 100 tons.
Would it maybe? Probably whatever it wanted to.
But which is the deadliest predator of all time? We'll travel the world to uncover new evidence.
I'm sitting in front of a sandstone block that contains within it bones of the T-Rex.
We'll discover the remains of a giant sea monster.
Megalodon had to be the fiercest predator ever.
And we'll put theories about these mighty predators to the test. So get ready to meet the 10 deadliest predators that have ever roamed the earth. scorpion, almost 3 feet long, was one of the first predators ever to emerge on planet Earth. The primeval oceans teem with many different species of scorpion-like creatures. The largest sea scorpions, or eurypterids, reached more than 7 feet long, 1,000 times the weight of the largest scorpion alive today. And research indicates that eurypterids like to devour members of their own species, taking down prey weighing maybe 180 pounds. Creatures like these are among the oldest on record, almost 500 million years old. That's way before the first dinosaurs had even evolved. And almost 400 million years before T-Rex appeared. One of the best places in the world to find them today is on a remote hillside, 200 miles north of New York City, outside the village of Ilion.
We have another dish right here.
A self-taught paleontologist, Alan Lang has spent 40 years developing a special technique for finding sea scorpion fossils.
These are quite rare. It took me over a year to find my first one. So the only really way to do it is have mass volumes of rock out and weather it. Otherwise, it's just impossible.
Lang's passion for the fossils led him to buy 135 acres of land here, then excavate thousands of tons of rock, which he hopes contains ancient sea scorpions.
The whole principle is you have to let it sit out in the sun and the snow, and it will start to come apart.
Experience tells him that one particular block is worth investigating further.
Okay. At all costs, protect your fingers. Oh, okay. Here we go. Beautiful head. A nearly complete one. Probably 4 inches long. Nice specimen, nice collar.
Sea scorpions ranged in size, from miniature to monster. One of the largest is known as Pterygotus. Lang's prize specimen measures over 5 feet long. What puzzles some researchers is how sea scorpions were able to crunch through their well-armored prey. A modern-day scorpion may provide the answer.
So this is a desert hairy scorpion, and she's absolutely beautiful. If you look closely on the claws and on the sting, they've all got really dark tips to them.
Those dark tips could be a clue to one of the sea scorpion's secrets. Paleobiologist David Marshall is going to analyze the components of a modern-day scorpion's weapons.
Well, we managed to get a scorpion exoskeleton, and we took the teeth from that and we put it in the microscope. You can see here that we've got the teeth of the scorpion, and all of the teeth are white, which means they're made out of a heavier element. So we've got a spectrum here which shows all the different elements. And if you look at the teeth, what you can see is that there's a little spike of zinc here.
It turns out that the claws have metal in them. This concentration of zinc in the claws is a natural process, which evolved over time to make modern scorpions more efficient predators. So could this also be the secret to how ancient sea scorpions became such deadly hunters? Marshall believes there are important clues in fossils like these.
The tips of each of these spikes are actually black. And so that really caught my interest. Why is it just the tips that are black? I think that that's probably because they contain metal.
His theory is not yet proven beyond doubt. But he's enlisted the help of a blacksmith to investigate just how those metal-tipped claws may have worked. Just as a scorpion's claw has both hard and softer components, a sword blade must be carefully crafted so that a single piece of metal has 2 distinct characteristics. exterior, so that the sword flexes without breaking. At his forge, in the heart of the English countryside, the blacksmith will make two steel sword blades. Both will be identical to the naked eye, but one will be given a specially hardened cutting edge, just like the scorpion's claw. It's a process known as case hardening, where the outer surface is coated with a compound that increases the carbon content, and therefore the hardness of the steel blade.
Adding carbon to metal increases its strength, and so too does adding metal to the cuticle of arthropods changes their material properties.
Putting a hard skin onto what would be a soft piece of metal. And on a case hardened area, this dries straight off, it's absolutely solid. First we've got our mild steel blade. We'll see how it performs against a piece of oak and see if the blade sustains any damage. Straight away you can see we've lost the edge, we've significantly dulled the edge. Prolonged use of the blade against this piece of wood would severely damage the edge. Now we'll see how the case hardened blade compares.
The sword is as sharp as ever, because of that hardened outer skin. But how well can it slice through flesh, like a hungry sea scorpion had to do?
Now we've made our hardened blade, all we've got to do is really test it. I'm going to do that on this piece of meat.
Once the sea scorpion had penetrated the outer shell of its prey, it would have made short work of the flesh inside. And so these aquatic monsters, possibly armed with metal-reinforced claws, like today's modern scorpions, were the world's first large predators.
You've got to think that these things could get up to about 7 or 8 foot. They could pretty much be whatever they wanted.
The biggest sea scorpions found smaller specimens weighing up to 180 pounds. But up next, the giant bird that could have eaten them for breakfast. Charging around at 30 miles per hour with 4-inch talons and a giant hatchet for a head. At number 9, it's a creature every bit as scary as it sounds. The terror bird. Clues to these ferocious fowl can be found in the Sunshine State of Florida. These bones were discovered in the Santa Fe River near Gainesville in the 1960s. They might not look particularly special, but to Irv Quagmire of the Florida Museum of Natural History, they reveal something extraordinary.
This is something that's very, very large. You've got this big claw-shaped thing. Because the crawlers had various landmarks, they recognized that it was this giant terror bird.
Scientists call this North American terror bird Titanus, and it's easy to see why. Standing over 8 feet high, Titanus was the height of an ostrich. Its beak was 18 times larger than a golden eagle's and connected to a head the size of a horse's. And speaking of horses, that's what scientists suspect this giant bird was hunting. Short, prehistoric horses weighing up to 350 pounds. The predators of horses today, like bears and mountain lions, kill using their powerful jaws and forelimbs. Features the terror bird was lacking. So how did this bird actually kill a horse? Being too heavy to fly, it needed its clawed feet to get around. So the hunting weapon had to be its huge hatchet-shaped fragments of Titanus' skull have been found, but by scanning the more complete skulls of its relatives and using a cutting-edge technique called finite element analysis, zoologist Stephen Rowe has been able to determine exactly how the terror bird's killer beak was deployed.
We can apply different loads and forces and predict with a high degree of accuracy how the skull would have behaved and performed relative to other bird skulls.
When Rowe subjects the skull to twisting or biting forces, like a modern eagle might do, it lights up pink and red, indicating that it's under extreme stress.
The skull is surprisingly fragile. So if you try and twist the beak or hold something in the beak and shake it from side to side, this beak is going to break.
But when forces are applied up and down in a stabbing motion, the skull remains blue, indicating it's handling the force with minimal stress.
Our results are telling us that this beak is a precision instrument. This is really well adapted for one particular behavior, and that is driving the beak down into the prey in a hatchet-like fashion.
And to ensure that each blow is as deadly as possible, the force of the terror bird's strike was focused onto a tiny area at the tip of the beak. This dramatically increased the impact pressure, a principle simply illustrated with a claw hammer. The swing from the blunt end generates a pressure on impact of around 200 pounds per square inch.
There's been very little effect, and the hammer has not penetrated the flesh.
But when the same force is applied over a tiny area, like in the terror bird's beak, the impact pressure rises from 200 to 20,000 pounds per square inch.
Even though the force is the same, the pressure is 100 times higher, and that's because we're focusing that force onto a much tighter area. The result is deep penetrating damage and serious injury.
Rowe estimates the terror bird's axe-like beak would have slashed into the flesh of a horse with 5 times the force of a hammer. But to deliver this deadly blow, it needed to get alongside its prey. And given that horses were at the time and remain one of the fastest and most agile creatures in America, that was a challenge. But paleontologist Larry Whitmer believes the terror bird had an amazing adaptation that allowed it to chase down these athletic creatures.
With the wizardry of CT scan data, by making the skull transparent, we can then zoom in on the brain and start to see features that relate to its sensory capability.
For a flightless bird, one sense in particular stands out as unusually developed.
The structure in red is the inner ear. And we think about the ear associated being with hearing, but it's also associated with the sense of balance.
Having a good sense of balance is particularly important for a group of predators alive today. Pursuit predators like cheetahs. Thanks to their inner ear, cheetahs can keep their heads still and prey in their sights while traveling at up to 60 miles per hour.
We can see that these animals actually have gyroscopes in their head, much like we see on cruise missiles or even on a Steadicam, to keep the image fixed on the retina.
When a cheetah moves its head, fluid within the canals of its inner ear is displaced. This sends information about the position of the head to the eye muscles. The eye muscles then make compensating movements like a gyroscope to ensure that the eyeball remains stable. And therefore, the image on the retina is also stable. Since Titanus' inner ear is almost identical to that of a cheetah, Larry suspects it worked the same way when chasing horses.
Really remarkably sophisticated system that allows these animals to be really finely attuned predators.
But to find out just how important this visual stabilizing system was to Titanus' hunting success, Larry has devised a little experiment. using these two cameras, one with a stabilizing mount and one without, he's able to recreate what a terror bird would see with and without its inner ear.
So what we've got here is just a regular camera without any kind of image stabilization system at all. What we've got over here is another camera that actually has something like a gyroscope in it, like we sort of envisioned within the inner ear of these terror birds. So hopefully a comparison of these two systems will give us a glimpse what was going inside the head of this bird millions of years ago.
The bullseye on the back of this biker is going to be the prey our terror bird is trying to track. The chase gets underway. And despite being attached to the same handlebars, the image from the two cameras is radically different.
The image is coming out of the non-stabilized camera, and I can barely catch what's going on here. It's actually kind of making me ill. But if I switch over to the stabilized camera, it's amazing.
This is what a terror bird would see.
You can see how the predator is going to really keep it right within the crosshairs.
Once it spotted a horse, this terrifying bird used its inner ear to hone in on it with deadly precision. Then, slashing his blade of a beak through the nerves and arteries of the neck.
These would have been terrifying animals.
This killer bird butchered horses weighing up to 350 pounds. But up next is a cannibal fish with a taste for even bigger prey. Cage diving, getting up close and personal with the most notorious modern-day predator, can be an unnerving experience. 1 ton of great white shark makes quite an impression. But just imagine, 360 million years ago, encountering a beast twice as long, over 3 times as heavy, and with jaws like a razor-sharp guillotine. Meet Dunkleosteus, maybe the fiercest fish that ever lived. At more than 25 feet, a full-grown Dunkleosteus was almost as long as a London bus, and at over 3 tons, twice the weight of a compact automobile. And it was very likely a cannibal, too, preying on smaller specimens, weighing maybe 400 pounds. With its ferocious appetite, Dunkleosteus remained top of the food chain for some 20 million years. Paleontologist Lee Hall and his colleague Amanda McGee are going back to the very spot where Dunkleosteus once reigned supreme. In Cleveland, Ohio, shale beds host the biggest and best Dunkleosteus fossils ever found.
This is where Dunkleosteus comes from. These rocks are 358 million years old, and they record an ocean bottom environment when North America was flooded by an inland sea. This area would have been buried under 200-300 feet of seawater. So what you're seeing in this 100-foot high cliff are the progressive pileups of sediment that occurred from the bottom of the seabed over a third of a billion years ago. Sometimes on one side of these nodules you'll find Dunkleosteus bug. So it's worth checking them out when you find them.
Dunkleosteus was truly a killing machine, with jaws so powerful, nothing could withstand him.
whatever Dunkleosteus could get its mouth around, it could have for dinner. And other Dunkleosteus were no exception.
So let's revisit our imaginary cage divers, about to look death in the face.
Although Dunkleosteus looks very big and the bones are very heavy, it was a very fast biter. The time it took for the jaws to open and then to close again around a prey item was 50 to 60 milliseconds.
Those massive jaws open and shut in less than half the time it takes to blink your eye. Here it is, slowed down 30 times. And here it is, in real time. An incredible feat. But why so fast? A researcher who studied how these lionfish feed thinks he may have the answer.
What's happening is they're opening their mouths as wide as they can, as quickly as they can. This creates suction pressure that actually causes water from outside to flow into the mouth. And anything in that water, in this case these small pieces of fish being thrown in, are brought in with it. So in a lot of ways Dunkleosteus had almost a prototype version of suction feeding. Now what we're going to do is actually slow down what we were just talking about to see what the actual suction feeding looks like. So in this video, we've taken a high-speed video camera and we'll slow down so you can see as the fish approaches its prey item, see that unfolding of the jaws. The food item almost seems to fly right into its mouth, and that's the suction pressure being generated by that greatly increasing volume within its throat.
Researchers have discovered another remarkable weapon in this beast's armory. Jaws that can actually sharpen themselves.
Every time Dunkleosteus would open and close its jaws, the jaw blades would occlude, or they would rough together. What that did is essentially create a cutting surface very similar to what you see in scissors or garden shears. They were also extremely powerful. Along the jaw blades, forces were generated, equivalent to approximately 1,600 foot-pounds of force, or almost dropping a small car onto the jaws.
This machine has jaws very similar to Dunkleosteus, just a lot slower. And here's how well it can bite.
There are some principles at work here that can tell us a little something about the animal. In particular, if you want to chop something like, say, these metal I-beams, you don't want to do it with a straight blade coming straight down. That's very inefficient. You want to, at the very least, have that blade angled. So you're not just chopping, you're slicing. This is why French guillotines are angled. But even better than having a single angled blade is to have two angled blades and bring them together in a shearing action. And that's what we're seeing here. Dunkleosteus worked on a similar principle. These heavy-set jaws had these long bladed edges along them. And those bladed edges, when it bit, came down at an angle that allowed it to shear through pretty much any kind of prey that it might want to eat.
And evidence recovered from these shale beds proves how vicious this beast could be.
The bone that I'm holding is the cheekbone of a Dunkleosteus. What you're looking at are bite marks, long gouges that crisscross the surface of the bone. And the only other fish large enough to do this kind of damage is Dunkleosteus.
Evidence that Dunkleosteus was truly a cannibal. Cruising the seas 360 million years ago, nothing was safe from this creature with jaws like a guillotine, which snapped open and shut in less than the blink of an eye. Whatever it encountered was a potential meal. And that included smaller members of the same species. With jaws only designed for crushing and slicing, Dunkleosteus couldn't chew its prey, but instead swallowed chunks whole. Once it had digested the nutrients, it probably just spat out the rest, including perhaps that deeply scarred cheekbone. The cannibalistic Dunkleosteus feasted on youngsters weighing 400 pounds. But in the seventh spot is a ferocious feline with an even larger appetite. It's one of the most iconic predators from prehistory, the saber-toothed cat, or Smilodon. With teeth 8 inches long, Smilodon was the top predator in the Americas for more than 1 million years. The last known specimen died out only 13,000 years ago, a little after the time that human beings are thought to have arrived in North America. Measuring 5 feet long, 3 feet high, and around 440 pounds, Smilodon was smaller than a modern-day lion. Those canine teeth could grow to 8 inches long. Smilodon could slaughter prey 3 times its size, as big as a 1,400-pound bison. The fossil record shows that one of Smilodon's favorite hunting grounds was Los Angeles. Meeting a hungry Smilodon would have been a terrifying experience, then and now. Still today, just north of LA's Wilshire Boulevard, the La Brea tar pits provide a fascinating record of this predator's lifestyle. Liquid asphalt oozes from the ground, just like it did when Smilodon hunted here.
This is one of our tar pits, and you can see it's a good example of just how sticky this tar is. You poke all the way down into there, and you pull it out. You can see it's quite sort of like taffy. It's quite sticky like that.
The watering hole next to the tar pits proved a fatal attraction for countless prehistoric animals who came to drink, but were then trapped to experience a lingering death.
There's a large giant sloth that we saw these nice trees here and was looking for a tasty snack. You wander over to get close to the trees, and you happen to step on what appears to be solid ground. It actually is quite soft. And if I wait a bit more, then our instant will become stuck.
Helpless prey animals would have seemed like a gift to a hungry Smilodon, until they became stuck too. Tens of thousands of Smilodon remains have been cataloged and are now allowing researchers to piece together the predator's remarkable hunting technique. It turns out to be very different from the big cats alive today. A modern-day lion uses its much shorter teeth to clench around its victim's neck.
When a big cat, like a lion, takes out big prey, it has to suffocate. It is a long, drawn-out, dangerous process. It can take 10, maybe even 15 minutes.
The fossil evidence reveals that Smilodon didn't use its teeth to catch help cut through flesh. But instead of tearing or ripping, those canines were designed for a different job. To stab. The big cat would take aim at the most vulnerable spot of its helpless prey.
It may have busted open the windpipe, or it may have busted open major blood vessels. Either way, it's going to get a quick kill. This is fundamentally what the saber-tooth design is about. This is the big advantage. It can take out large animals and kill them quickly.
Smilodon needed hugely powerful front legs to succeed in this killing technique.
This is a modern lion humerus. The humerus is this bone that goes from your shoulder to your elbow. You can see it is a pretty big bone. But then if you take a Smilodon humerus and hold it up, you can see that while they're pretty similar in length, the Smilodon bone is almost twice as big. It's extremely robust. It's got very large muscle attachments here and the crests here. And it's 3 times as heavy as the lion bone.
It also has very large dew claws, effectively the claw on the thumb. It's like a grappling hook. So Smilodon was built to get up close, grapple with a big dangerous animal, and then twist it, wrestle it to the ground.
Without the massive forelimbs and dagger-like canines that Smilodon possessed, a modern-day lion has to cling on to its prey, hoping it will weaken sufficiently to allow the deadly, suffocating bite. The fossil evidence of teeth and leg bones paints a vivid picture of a highly sophisticated killing technique. Using its muscles in conjunction with those deadly but vulnerable fangs, Smilodon was able to terrorize the Americas for over 1 million years. But while Smilodon was hunting 1,400-pound bison, the next creature on our list was hunting something even bigger, and it's still alive today. At number 6, say hello to the largest predator on Earth, the sperm whale. We think of them as gentle giants, but these submarine-sized mammals are actually deadly hunters. Many bear the scars of violent clashes with dangerous prey, 10 times the size of a human. Since they stalk their prey a mile beneath the surface, witnessing an actual kill is impossible. So, in New Bedford, Massachusetts, Bob Roca has been piecing together clues to how sperm whales hunt from their bones.
We have this fantastic animal here. I would say this is a very effective predator, especially to be able to get to be, like he is, 48 feet or 14.5 meters long. You don't get that big unless you're a good hunter.
Approaching 60 tons, an adult sperm whale weighs more than a Boeing 737. Its head is the size of a minibus and has a jaw packed with 10-inch teeth, some as wide as a man's arm. Ideal for keeping hold of its enormous prey, colossal squid, weighing up to 1,600 pounds. The length of a school bus with 2-inch suckers and a razor-sharp beak. Colossal squid are one of the most formidable predators in the ocean today. And as there is no natural light a mile beneath the surface, sperm whales are hunting them blind. So how do they find a colossal squid in the dark? Bob Roca believes the secret lies inside their enormous head.
The obvious thing, of course, is this giant rectangular block of a head, which the whale would use for making sound.
So just like bats, sperm whales track down prey using pulses of sound. First, they force air from their right nostril through 2 muscular clappers at the end of their head. As the 2 muscles slap closed, they make a loud click. These clicks travel out of the head, through the water, and bounce requires information about where a squid is located.
Their ability to use their echolocation to find their food and get right up to it and swallow it whole is just so precise.
But most animals can only echolocate over a few yards. So how does the sperm whale find a colossal squid in the middle of the ocean? Biologist Patrick Miller is on a mission to find out. He's come to northern Norway, where sperm whales migrate every summer to hunt. To understand how exactly it uses sound to hunt, Miller is going to attach an acoustic and motion sensor directly to a whale. But first, he needs to find one. Sperm whales breathe air, so using this underwater microphone, Miller can pick up on whales coming to the surface to catch their breath, after holding it for up to 90 minutes.
Right now I'm hearing a good clicking whale just off the side of the boat. So we must be close. Let's go just a half mile for the next run.
The team gets into position.
Hopefully we're very close to when it comes up to breathing.
A whale will catch its breath at the surface for just 10 minutes before beginning the mile-deep commute back to its hunting ground. With a moving target like this, the team only has one shot, and the clock is ticking. Got it. The tag is on. As the whale heads down for another hunt, Miller heads back to base. And as the data comes in, it reveals something extraordinary about the whale clicks.
It's roughly 234 decibels peak to peak. If you were right next to it, probably deafening.
In fact, it's the loudest sound in the animal kingdom. These booming sound pulses act like a flashlight in the dark of the deep sea, enabling sperm whales to detect colossal squid up to 1,500 feet away. The squid's basic hearing system is unable to detect the whale's high-frequency clicks, leaving it totally unaware of the approaching danger. This allows the sperm whale to launch the perfect attack. With prey this big and this dangerous, there's no margin for error. But there is one other creature these giant predators are known to attack that's even bigger. Each other. Marine biologist Ryan Johnson believes male sperm whales use their heads as battering rams when fighting over females. And while studying them off the coast of Mexico, he discovered just how powerful a headbutt from one of these giants can be.
There was these three really big male sperm whales, and they had set up a triangle. So perhaps naively, we sort of steamed into the middle of them to get a closer look. And the big male closest to us turned and started swimming directly to us. We were about 2 or 3 meters away. I let out the alarm. This is going to hit. Hold on. And you've got 18 meters fully grown male sperm whale hitting at 6-meter boat. And it obviously knocked us all over. And the boat lifted up and the sperm whale continued on straight underneath us.
Historical records from the 19th century also tell of sperm whales ramming and sinking ships. These eyewitness accounts were the inspiration for the legend of Moby Dick and describe sperm whales sinking ships 5 times their own body weight. Anatomist Olga Panagiotopoulos has been investigating these extraordinary claims.
We have 2 documented accounts of male sperm whales running with their forehead and sinking massive whale ships. But there may be many more out there, but nobody lived to them.
So just how much force is involved in a head ocean juggernauts. Using the latest engineering software, Olga estimates that two sperm whales can ram into each other with a force of 100 wrecking balls and live to tell the tale. Or, to put it another way,
It's like a 40-ton tank traveling at 14 miles per hour, bulldozing into something.
to see how much damage that kind of force is capable of, we've gotten a hold of this.
This is a Russian tank, a true killing machine. It's designed to charge across the battlefield, much the way that a sperm whale would in the ocean.
At 40 tons, this tank is well within the weight of an adult sperm whale. With a top speed of 25 miles per hour, it's also a match for the maximum speed of a whale. And in place of our whaling ship or rival sperm whale, we've got this trailer. Let the ramming commence.
We absolutely annihilated something. Okay, it's not a boat in an ocean, but it's in a sea of long dross. And let's face it, if I was in that boat and a sperm whale was coming at me, I'd try and get in the other direction as fast as I possibly could.
If a whale rammed a wooden ship, then this is the damage it could do. Add the most powerful solar system in the animal kingdom to this biological battering ram, and you have one of the most effective predators in history. And so we've hit the halfway mark in this countdown of the deadliest creatures ever. Bringing vast swathes of time over nearly 500 million years. We've encountered the giant scorpions who fought for supremacy in the ocean bed. The aptly named terror bird, Titanus, who homed in on his prey with the deadly aim of a cruise missile. Way back in time once again, Dunkleosteus, with self-sharpening jaws like a massive guillotine. The saber-toothed Smilodon, who could wrestle and stab its much larger prey to administer death in an instant. And still with us today, the massive sperm whale, hunting down giant squid and even ocean-going ships. But if you thought they were a deadly bunch, wait till you hear about the top 5 predators in history. Our next predator terrorized the oceans and reigned supreme for around 50 million years. Meet the pliosaur. With teeth specially evolved to tear through flesh, swimming into the 5th spot. These incredible creatures could grow to 45 feet long, the length of a Navy patrol boat. And these giants weighed in at around 10 tons, the same as a herd of a dozen cattle. A full-grown pliosaur would prey on other sea reptiles, weighing up to 2 tons at a time. Much of our knowledge of the pliosaur comes from a remarkable discovery made here in Dorset, on the south coast of England. It's known as the Jurassic Coast because of the huge number of fossils here. Around 155 million years ago, a huge pliosaur swam right here. It had teeth, ready to tear into anything it encountered. Its head alone was 8 feet long from front to back. And this incredible specimen was discovered by an amateur fossil hunter strolling one day along this beach.
I found a piece actually sticking out of the clay, where it's like a ball and socket joint, so I knew it was some kind of hinge, just sticking out. I had that kind of knock. What's so special about it? It's the biggest one ever found. It was seriously massive. I think they reckon it would have been between 9 and 10 tons.
Paleontologists from all over the world have since made a pilgrimage to the nearby museum, which houses the specimen. Dr. Judith Sassoon is keen to examine this monster reptile.
Isn't it beautiful? It is wonderful. There's a stark contrast between the teeth towards the front of the jaw and towards the back. And the ones at the front are banana-shaped and clean, very, very sharp. Whereas the ones towards the back are really smaller and hook-shaped, like hooked ratchets. And what this does is that the front of the jaw is used for the initial capturing bite. After the prey has been captured at the front, the pliosaur will work its way back until it's at about this position. And here the ratchet teeth prevent the prey from getting out if it's still alive. And here the pliosaur can shut its jaws and offer it that killing bite.
For a pliosaur, food meant other giant reptiles. The fabled Loch Ness Monster has been likened to this creature, the similar-sounding plesiosaur. What evidence suggests even Nessie would have been lunch for the larger predator. These plesiosaur bones bear the marks of a titanic fight to the death.
Right here and here, there seem to be scars and indentations equivalent to what might be expected if a pliosaur tooth struck at that bone. So what we might be looking at here is bite marks from a pliosaur on a plesiosaur.
Some experts believe that these teeth had evolved an extraordinary feature, so the pliosaur could feed even more ferociously.
You can see that the outer edge is smooth, whereas the edge pointing more inwards is deeply striated. Now these striations have been proposed to be blood grooves to facilitate the withdrawal of the tooth from the prey when it is in the killing mode.
As the pliosaur plunged those teeth into its victim's flesh, it risked getting them stuck because of the suction effect. But some researchers believe those grooves helped reduce suction and made the pliosaur an even deadlier predator.
Once the tooth plunges into the prey-item's flesh, these grooves allow blood to pass out and air to pass in, which means extracting it again is much more simple. It would reduce suction to such a degree that it would allow the pliosaur to bite its prey very rapidly in quick succession, killing it as quickly as possible.
The pliosaur's method of reducing suction when biting worked in exactly the same way that rescuers use today when someone's trapped in mud or quicksand. To break the suction, they have a tool called a mud lance.
Uses compressed air through the lance out through some holes in the end, which goes underneath the person's foot, forcing air up from beneath the foot, past the leg, allowing that suction to be broken.
The pliosaur teeth use those blood grooves to allow air and liquid to flow freely. This tool aims to achieve exactly the same effect in breaking the suction barrier.
Imagine this mud is the victim of a pliosaur attack. What's happening as the tooth plunges into the mud is the ridges are allowing blood out and air in, so the tooth can be easily removed and then stabbed back in again very quickly.
The technique, evolved by the pliosaur 150 million years ago, still works today. Thanks to the mud lance, this person could have been brought to safety before the incoming tide claimed another victim. The pliosaur's four flippers are believed to have given it very rapid acceleration and indicated probably functioned as an ambush predator. Getting close and undetected, then striking in a split second. And so with teeth specially designed to create maximum carnage, that's the pliosaur. Pliosaurs ruled the ocean, taking out prey anything up to 2 tons at a time. But the next predator on our list killed even bigger prey with a unique secret weapon. And number 4 is the largest lizard ever to walk the earth, Megalania. An 18-foot giant that terrorized Australia 50,000 years ago. The evidence for this beast can be found in Queensland, in the city of Brisbane. Here in the storms of the Queensland Museum, Dr. Scott Hocknell has been piecing together the clues to this monster lizard.
Here we have the skull of the world's largest living lizard, the Komodo dragon. You can see its razor-sharp teeth. To give you an idea of how big Megalania was, this is actually the skull of Megalania. Compare its teeth, compare the size. It was absolutely enormous.
And with jaws like this, you don't need a PhD to know it was designed to kill.
Megalania teeth are wool-curved, like hooks, so when they jab into the flesh, they don't come out very easily.
In addition to the razor-sharp teeth, the skull bones of Megalania are fused together, reinforcing it, and the tip of the snout is tilted upward like a crocodile's.
This upturned snout allows Megalania to grab onto its prey and using like a vice grip, keep a hold of its prey. So the only way the prey can get away is by losing a huge chunk of flesh. The common name for this animal is Megalania, which means giant ripper, and it really can't suit this animal.
Weighing 1,300 pounds, this giant ripper was 6 times heavier than the largest lizard alive today, the Komodo dragon. With a gape of over a foot, it could rip out chunks of flesh the size of beach balls from its victims. And a bite like that comes in handy when your prey is Diprotodon, a rhino-sized marsupial weighing over 2.5 tons. But it takes more than just sharp teeth to catch an animal 5 times your own body weight. Herpetologist Brian Fry believes the clue to Megalania's hunting success lies in looking at its living relatives.
So this is a monitor lizard. It's a relative of Megalania. As you can see, these animals are absolute kings. The claws are like the talons of an eagle, large ears for hearing, incredible eyesight. They also have a snake-like tongue that's forked like a snake, and they use that to sniff the air to help it detect prey.
The left and right fork of the tongue detect the direction odor particles originate from. If more prey odor particles are detected on the right fork, the lizard knows lunch lies in that direction. Megalania likely used its forked tongue to home in on Diprotodon. Once it had it in its sights, it was just a case of waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Megalania had a good chance of killing the rhino-sized Diprotodon with its jaws alone. But to earn its place among the deadliest predators in history, Fry suspects it had a secret weapon. An extraordinary adaptation that sets it apart from any other creature in our countdown. And the vital clue comes from the closest of all Megalania's living descendants, the Komodo dragon.
In our field research with Komodo dragons, we saw that about 70% of the prey are killed outright. However, another 20% kept bleeding. And over the next 3 hours or so, the Komodo dragons were able to pick up about another 20% of their prey. So that meant that they have an aggregate kill rate of about 90%. This is higher than that of a great white or a lion. This is super predator level of kill. And it's quite odd. We're wondering, why are those animals continuing to bleed? Why isn't the blood clotting? Clearly, there is something else going on.
It's widely believed that Komodo dragons cultivate deadly bacteria in their saliva, encouraging infection. But Fry isn't convinced.
Last time
what was in the bite that was affecting the prey so strangely? To find out, Fry took preserved Komodo dragon heads and scanned them to see what lay beneath the scales. His results revealed something astonishing.
These red and pink compartments is actually a very sophisticated venom gland, so that when a Komodo dragon bites and chews, the venom is forced out into that deep wound. Now that we know that Komodo dragons are venomous, we can infer that Megalania was also venomous.
That makes Megalania the largest venomous creature in history. To investigate how Megalania's venom may have taken effect, Fry extracts the venom from one of its relatives, a lace monitor.
So what we're doing now is that I'm going to gently run my finger along the gland, and then I'll force the venom out of the hollow spaces.
Since all monitor lizards share the same kind of venom, he could be reasonably sure Megalania's would have worked the same way.
There we go. What we have here is less than 0.1 of a mil. Megalania, however, would be able to fill 4 or 5 of these containers.
Back at the lab, it's time to see what effect the venom has on blood. And in the name of science, Fry has kindly offered up some of his own.
So with blood, when we've taken it out normally, it will form a clot spontaneously once it reaches the air in about 20 minutes.
This clotting process is part of the body's natural defense, without which we bleed to death from the smallest wound. Fry pours 5 milliliters of blood into each bowl and then adds a single drop of venom to one of them. In a normal injury, platelets in the blood, seen here as yellow dots, rush to the site of a wound and form a fibrous plug or clot that halts the bleeding within about 20 minutes.
So a half hour has passed, which is more than enough time for blood clot to form the clot. And with my normal, nice, healthy blood, my blood's looking really good right there. So it's a nice, big, nasty blood clot. And that meant that a wound would have stopped bleeding. Now, let's look at the venom sample. So in this case, as you can see, it's still liquid. Same amount of time, and if I go to pour it out, if this is a wound, it would have kept on bleeding. There's no clotting going on.
The lizard venom binds to the platelets in the blood and prevents them from forming a fiber plug, resulting in uncontrolled blood loss. As Megalania's venom took hold, the diprotodon would have become weak and confused, slowly bleeding out under the watchful eye of its killer.
With such great blood loss, this would have been an agonizing, awful way for that diprotodon to die.
With a combination of the teeth as the primary weapon and the venom there to exaggerate the effects, we anticipate that Megalania would have been one of the most ultimate predators of all time.
Armed with a jaw full of serrated teeth and a gland full of lethal venom, nothing was off this super predator's menu. Megalania hunted diprotodons the size of rhinos, but that's tame compared to what our next predator was hunting. Crocodiles are one of the most terrifying predators on Earth today. But imagine meeting a croc 5 times the weight of this one. A crocodilian so strong and so deadly, they wouldn't hesitate to tackle a 4-ton dinosaur. Meet Deinosuchus.
Well, this is the head of Deinosuchus. It's about 2 meters long. The body itself would run back 10 meters, 11 meters, 35 to 40 feet. So you're looking at a really big creature altogether.
These terrible crocodiles, as the name translates, lived in North America alongside the dinosaurs. And in the Austin Museum in Texas, there's a fossil that reveals even the relatives of T-Rex would have lived in fear of Deinosuchus.
This specimen is a lower leg bone, probably an ankle bone, we call it a metatarsal, from a medium-sized carnivorous dinosaur. What's really amazing about it is that it's covered with bite marks.
From the size and shape of the imprints in the bone, it's clear whose teeth are responsible.
These are the type of bite marks that a blunt tooth, like a crocodilian tooth, imposes. So I'm pretty sure this thing is basically a Deinosuchus tree toy.
To sustain its 10-ton body, Deinosuchus had a massive appetite. Scientists believe this monster croc could consume the mass of 4 horses in a single sitting, and hunted down dinosaurs weighing up to 4 tons. When you lack powerful forelimbs, the key to taking down big prey is big jaws. And boy, did Deinosuchus pack a punch.
The jaws could pierce bones to maybe an inch thick with just the sheer pressure of the jaw clamps. There's nothing alive today that can run that kind of pressure with a jaw.
Modern saltwater crocodiles have the strongest bite of any living animal, with a maximum recorded force of 1.5 tons. But it's estimated that the teeth of Deinosuchus came down with up to 150 tons of force. To find out what that sort of crushing power is capable of, biologist Frank Fish has come to this scrapyard in Florida. This is a car crusher, but for today's test, it's going to be the teeth of a Deinosuchus. And this minivan, it's dinosaur prey.
We want to try and replicate what the bite force of a Deinosuchus would be like. How it would actually just grab onto a dinosaur and rip it apart.
Just like the teeth of Deinosuchus, the jaws of the car crusher come down with 150 tons of force. The van is obliterated. And if this is what that force does to metal, what would it do to bone?
Imagine you're a dinosaur, just been grabbed by Deinosuchus. This is sort of what would happen to you. There's an immense amount of force literally crushing any part of the body that the Deinosuchus has hold of.
Armed with these extraordinary jaws, Deinosuchus could crush to death any animal it came across. But when it came to actually eating its prey, it had a problem.
They have a powerful blunt bite crush. The teeth aren't the kind that cut, so they have to use their body's mass to tear limbs off.
Alligators and crocodiles face the same problem when it comes to dismembering prey. But they've evolved an ingenious solution. The death roll. Keepers at this alligator farm can trigger a death roll by getting the animals to try and wrench a hunk of meat off the end of a rope.
What's happening here is the animal is twisting on its prey. The thing about biological tissue is it's not very strong in terms of any twisting or shearing types of motion. Any joints that are made up of ligaments and tendons tend to tear as this animal is rolling with this incredible amount of force.
With each roll, the twisting force in the flesh of the prey increases until it finally tears apart, giving the croc a bite-sized chunk to swallow. It works for modern-day alligators, but could a crocodilian, the weight of 2 elephants, really spin like this? To find out, researchers developed a computer model that could predict the forces a death roll by Deinosuchus would generate.
The model predicts that Deinosuchus could probably produce force from 4 to 5 tons, enough to dismember dinosaurs, which these animals were feeding on.
Deinosuchus dragged it into the depths and initiated the roll of death.
The sight of a 40-foot crocodilian grabbing a 40-foot dinosaur must have been amazing.
These giant crocodilians feasted on 4-ton dinosaurs. But there's one dinosaur even Deinosuchus wouldn't dare mess with. At number 2, you guessed it, the supreme king of the dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hell Creek, Montana. This strange landscape holds a secret. Buried in the rocks is ancient treasure. The skeleton of a T-Rex. Greg Wilson and his team have been carefully excavating it since 2015.
The first things that were discovered were pieces of vertebrae, ribs, parts of the pelvis, and then as we dug in, we discovered the back of the skull and traced that forward to the jawbone that had teeth pointing out.
Wilson believes this T-Rex is one of the most complete ever discovered. And clues on the bones raise the possibility that it fell prey to another T-Rex.
On its lower jaw, it does have indications of wounds and injuries through battles with perhaps other T-Rexes.
After 2 years of painstaking work, the dig is almost complete. But it's only when you piece all the bones together that the true terror of T-Rex becomes clear. Paleontologist Eric Snively is one of the many scientists in awe of these giant killers.
When Fairfield Osborne named T-Rex, wanted to give it a very evocative name, and so he named it Tyrant Lizard King, and it sort of says it all. Here we have a carnivorous animal with the mass of an elephant and the height of a giraffe, just massive and powerful beyond our imagination.
Weighing in at 9 tons, T-Rex was a muscle machine. The lower jaw alone could lift the weight of nearly 10 pickup trucks. And even his tiny-looking arms could bicep curl 400 pounds. This huge brawn enabled T-Rex to take down truly massive prey in the form of a 5-ton Triceratops. Triceratops was strong and heavily armored. Penetrating the 7-foot shield around its head represented a formidable challenge. Except for the teeth of T-Rex.
The teeth of Tyrannosaurus Rex are very, very thin. It's not like a scalpel, like a human surgeon or something like that, with a scalpel gingerly cutting through flesh. They were like railroad spikes. They were good for taking a lot of bite force. In fact, some recent research shows that a Tyrannosaurus Rex was biting at about 400,000 pounds per square inch.
That's the weight of 400-gram pianos pressing down on the teeth. In fact, it could bite so hard, it would crush its own skull if it weren't for one simple adaptation.
Tyrannosaurs have a unique nose. The bone on the bridge of their snout, called the nasal bone, was fused. So as they bit down, the nasal bone enabled all of the force of the bite to be transmitted to the prey, and it held everything together to handle the blast of this bite force.
The jaws of T-Rex deliver the strongest bite of any animal to walk the earth. But Snively has identified something about this beast that is even more impressive. Its neck. The clue comes from looking at the necks of birds, T-Rex's closest living descendants.
Well, like all dinosaurs, this red-tailed hawk here has a very curved S-shaped neck.
Birds of prey use their necks to tear flesh from bone and toss chunks in the air to reposition it for swallowing. Lacking arms that could manipulate prey, Snively infers T-Rex probably did the same thing. And by studying bird necks, he's built a model of T-Rex's neck muscles. And
really did have a proportionally freakishly strong neck.
To find out just how strong, Snively has devised an experiment.
So far, we've simulated the motions of T-Rex on a computer and by physics calculations. Now we're going to see how high it can throw a person.
These bungee cords store elastic energy in much the same way as the tendons in a dinosaur's neck. So by giving them the same tension as T-Rex's neck muscles, we can determine how high it can throw Paul, our 140-pound researcher. The bungee propels Paul 30 feet in the air at 20 miles per hour. This means T-Rex would have also been able to launch prey the weight of a man to the height of a 3-story building.
We have now a pretty accurate simulation of how high a T-Rex can throw an animal the mass of a person.
The head and neck of T-Rex combine to create a zoological superweapon capable of almost unparalleled destruction. And as if their brute force wasn't scary enough, Larry Whitmer suspects these giants were cunning too.
You can look at the skull of T-Rex and see it's just enormous. The feeding apparatus is huge, the muscles that drive the feeding apparatus is huge. What we're really interested in is what's going on inside. What's going on with the brain. With CT scanning, we can look inside and then we can actually 3D print the brain of T-Rex.
It might appear small next to the enormous skull, but the brain is over twice the size we'd expect for a reptile this size.
And some of our dinosaurian friends that we always thought had these tiny brains, we wondered how they'd be even function, they might have been more capable than we had ever guessed.
So what was T-Rex up to that demanded so much brain power? An extraordinary discovery in 2007 raised a terrifying possibility. 3 Tyrannosaur trapways laid down in mud at the same time.
Why would these 3 animals that keep hanging out together? Potentially they were more social animals that were maybe actually acting in a coordinated pack-hunting kind of manner, like we see in wolves and lions.
As if one Tyrannosaur wasn't deadly enough, these super predators may have marauded around in packs, using their brains to work together to close in on Triceratops, before dispatching it with their weapon of a skull and neck. The crushing jaws and powerful neck of this potential pack hunter earn it a place at number 2 on our list. It's hard to imagine anything can outdo T-Rex in the terror rankings. But the top spot has yet to be filled. Over nearly 500 million years of deadly predation we've met. The giant scorpions with razors for claws. The terror bird with a beak like an axe. The Golosteus, the cannibal killer with self-sharpening jaws. Smilodon, the big cat with daggers for teeth. The sperm whale, still around today, and still battling colossal squid. The pliosaur, with teeth designed to create maximum carnage. Megalania, the giant lizard with a killer ingredient in its venom. Deinosuchus, with jaws that could crush dinosaurs. And T-Rex, maybe smarter than we thought, and even more deadly. So what could possibly outrank those 9 beasts? Imagine the best ever morning out on the water. You're going fishing. The weather forecast is perfect. But it turns out you have company. A visitor from another era. That's how it would be encounter a megalodon today. The biggest shark and the deadliest predator the world has ever seen. We've reached the very top of history's food chain. Number one in our list of the deadliest predators, when judged on the size of their prey. This prehistoric eating machine measured around 55 feet long, roughly twice the distance an Olympic long jumper can cover. It weighed up to 100 tons, heavier than the space shuttle. Megalodon feasted on sharks and whales up to 15 tons, equivalent to 130,000 burgers. Though the world 20 million years ago looked very different from today, there's one place where we know that Megalodon liked to hunt. The swamplands and estuaries of the Georgia coastline have yielded some of the best fossil evidence for this gargantuan beast. Today, an expedition is setting off, looking for Megalodon teeth on the seabed.
Sometimes you find some real nice teeth, sometimes you're broken, sometimes you're trying to you.
The spot where he'll dive is a closely guarded secret. Because Megalodon teeth are like sunken treasure, which successful hunters sell to museums and private collectors.
Alright, here we go.
But these aren't easy pickings. You need the courage to venture 70 feet down in strong currents and almost zero visibility.
I won't be able to see anything today. I will have a real powerful light with me. I might get an inch shortly with a little bit of road.
It could be a nerve-wracking wait for those on the surface. Has it been a wasted trip? It turns out there really is treasure down there.
That's interesting. It's got some probably feeding damage. You know, when the tooth and the serrations are nice, you have these nicks in them. It's probably from the shark bit down on something like a whale or bone that chipped away.
Everything about this beast is on a monumental scale.
What we're looking at here are the reconstructed jaws of an adult megalodon. This animal could have been at least 50 feet long, if not longer. There's a good possibility that megalodon was the top predator that has ever lived.
Its teeth are so perfectly engineered that specimens like this look brand new after maybe 20 million years. The serrated edges are still razor sharp, but they're 5,000 times older than anything found in the tomb of Tutankhamun. No one truly knows exactly what Megalodon looked like because no cartilage, soft tissue, or skin have been preserved. But its teeth resemble those of a great white shark closely enough to make an educated guess.
Because of the similarity in the teeth and their structure, we use these to do things like estimate body size and prey items.
One researcher is taking that a major step further with an extraordinary experiment to calculate the bite strength of a megalodon. And since the last megalodon died around 2 million years ago, he's going to use great whites and then scale up his results. Some of the most heavily shark-infested waters in the world are here, in Mossel Bay, South Africa. The sharks come for just one thing: to feast on the hundreds of seals that breed on this tiny island. rocks, a great white is lurking, ready to make a meal of the little seal. Researcher Ryan Johnson hopes to exploit the shark's hunger for seal meat to precisely measure the power of their jaws.
Here's the bite meter, which is a really simple system. It's just a load cell, which measures the force, and comes back on this cable to a display. And you can see in kilograms or in pounds the bite force. Now the trick is, we're going to slide it into this protective sheath that resembles a seal. Slide it right in there. Tie it all up. And then the shark will come and bite these, and we'll get the reading straight away.
To get the shark circling, you drag a piece of bait, the head of a tuna fish. And these are definitely some hungry sharks.
You can see she's going to go for that bite meter as soon as we get it in there. I'm going to start getting ready, eh, Justin? Okay, let's go, let's get this thing up.
At first, the great whites still seem more interested in the bait. Will they really be fooled by the dummy seal?
I'm in the middle. Here we go. Oh my goodness.
The meter records 450 pounds of bite force from a still growing great white measuring 14 feet long. Using that data, the team calculate that a partly grown megalodon, 30 feet long, could have exerted 7,000 pounds of bite force, or 3.5 tons.
The most I've ever recorded with the great white shark bite force is about 700 pounds, just under. If you look at what's been published with the megalodon, you're talking about 40,000 pounds of bite force. 60 times the bite force of that is what a megalodon could have been. You know, by our calculations. And that, crazy stuff.
If Megalodon also used one of the great white's favorite hunting techniques, it would have been an incredible sight. When the sharks spot a seal up on the surface, they approach at high speed from below, the seal's blind spot, and often rise clear of the waves as they tear into their prey. So imagine our 100-ton super predator who sighted its next meal and is just waiting for the moment to strike. This peaceful morning on the ocean could get a little less peaceful at any moment. And so there it is, Megalodon. Experts say it was capable of taking out whales, anything up to 15 tons. And so it takes the top spot in the lineup of the deadliest predators that have ever lived. One question remains, though. How is it that these fearsome predators all died out, leaving just the sperm whale alive today? Experts cite what are called extinction events, 5 cataclysmic changes in the Earth's climate or geography over the last half-billion years. Which proves biggest and baddest on the block. You may reign supreme for millions of years, but once your time is up, you're history.
It's one of the most infamous shipwreck stories. The worst shark attack in human history. And the culprit is still at large. The oceanic white-tip, notorious for feeding on wreck survivors. It's allegedly killed more humans than any other shark. But who is this man-eater? And what do we know of it today? Two marine specialists are on a quest to meet this shipwrecked shark face to face. The dangers are obvious. But what they find is a very different creature to the villain of history. July 1945. The USS Indianapolis, a Portland-class heavy cruiser, has just delivered vital components of the atomic bomb that will end World War II. On her return leg, two Japanese torpedoes bring her down. She sinks in just 12 minutes. Of the 1,186 crew, 900 enter the water alive. Because their mission is top secret, no one comes to their rescue. They're unprotected, adrift in the open Pacific Ocean. And their fate is about to get much worse. Beneath the surface, hundreds of sharks stalk them. They're lured here by the chaos of the sinking ship and struggling survivors. To these hungry sharks, this sound is the dinner bell. Of the 900 men, only 317 survived this 5-day feeding frenzy. The worst shark attack in human history. Here is the culprit. The oceanic white-tipped shark. The grim reaper of the open ocean. Seeking out shipwrecks and capitalizing on helpless victims. Statistically, it could be the most dangerous shark on Earth, and yet we still know little about it. They're the elusive wolves of the open ocean, on a relentless hunt for a free meal. And they're very difficult to find. Fast forward to today, the North Shore, Hawaii. A dramatic landmass made up of two overlapping volcanoes. Long fingers of ancient lava flows reach out into the deep, nutrient-rich waters of the Pacific Ocean. It's the perfect hunting ground for big ocean predators. And it's one of the last outposts of the oceanic white-tipped shark. Two marine specialists are here to hunt down this notorious man-eater. But they're not after revenge. They want to get inside the head of the a shark that's killed more people than any other. Marine biologist Dr. Yanis Papastamaki has been studying these sharks for 10 years, and he's determined to decode their feeding habits.
Oceanic whitetips traditionally don't have a great reputation, as in they're thought to be a particularly dangerous species of shark. Now, most humans won't ever come in contact with an oceanic whitetip because it's not coming into the beaches, it's open ocean. But when you look at historical records of shipwrecks or plane crashes where survivors have gone into the water, one of the major culprits for any shark attacks that happened were oceanic whitetips. Now, whether that's been over-exaggerated, I don't know. But they're definitely a shark you have to be cautious around because, as I said, they live in a pretty harsh environment. There's not much food in open ocean. So they've evolved adaptations to be successful in that environment.
Yanis wants to tag an oceanic whitetip to find the facts behind this shark's extraordinary survival strategy today.
We have a few different things in here. We've got a video camera, which obviously this will go onto the dorsal fin of the shark, so it's pointing forward. We're able to see what they're seeing. And then within here we have a variety of sensors that will tell us things like how active the shark is, like if it's swimming really actively, if it's just gliding, we can get that from that data. It tells how deep it is, how cold and tender water is. So we can start to generate like a three-dimensional track of the animal's behavior. So this will clamp onto the dorsal fin, and after a day, this link dissolves through, this whole package basically pops off, and it will float to the surface. We have to get this back to get all that data. Okay. Yeah, that's the tough part.
Weighing in up to 370 pounds and reaching lengths up to 13 feet, the whitetip is an open ocean specialist. It hunts the upper water column, the top 500 feet in the middle of the world's warmer oceans. It roams across the globe, far from coastlines, usually out of sight of humans. Its habitat is a vast hunting ground with limited opportunities to find a meal. There's no shoreline and no reef to support a variety of prey. It's a tough beat to dominate. So how does a large apex predator survive in this void? Back in the days of the Indian Empress, the ocean was literally teeming with them. That's why it was so successful at terrorizing shipwrecks. Renowned diver Jacques Cousteau called them the most prolific large predator on the face of the earth. And for good reason. In this old film footage from the 1960s, a documentary team is surrounded by hordes of oceanic whitetips. Accomplished divers, they managed to fend off the inquisitive sharks and get this unprecedented footage. Today, their numbers are few. Scenes like this may never be witnessed again. So how do you find one in the open sea? Yanis teams up with local ocean guide Darren Verbeck, a champion freediver whose record breath hold is just under 8 minutes. Darren's diving prowess will enable him to spend time underwater to assist with tagging the sharks. They scour the surface of the ocean. But finding an oceanic whitetip is like a needle in a haystack these days. The best way to do it is to trigger the shark's amazing sensory system and get it to find you. The shark's brain is divided into 5 sensory hubs. The forebrain is dedicated to the sense of smell. The midbrain monitors vision. The hindbrain is wired into hearing, the shark's most long-range sense. Sound waves travel clean the inner ear and stimulate microscopic hairs, which send signals to the hindbrain, alerting the shark to the direction of the sound and even the distance. At the wreck of the Indianapolis, the oceanic whitetips would have heard the noise of the sinking ship many miles off.
So the guys from Indianapolis, in the Navy, they were taught to splash and make a lot of noise to scare the sharks. But all that was doing was actually attracting more. Any kind of splashing and movement. We take bottles in the water to create noise, to get the sharks to come close. So when those guys started splashing, all it did was attract more sharks. The guys that actually survived were the ones that stayed very, very still. Even if they were wounded, they would stay very, very still. And as the sharks came in, they would just push them off, and they wouldn't attack them.
To appeal to the shark's senses, they throw an anchor overboard, hoping to tap into the oceanic whitetips' acute sense of hearing. Now that they've announced their arrival, Yanis is keen to get into the water. If there's a hungry shark nearby, he could face one on this dive. Unprotected. To up the ante, he crackles an empty plastic bottle. It's rough science, but this sound is like a dog whistle to sharks. Right on cue, it's their first oceanic whitetip, and it's coming in hot. The oceanic whitetip doesn't study potential prey from afar like other sharks do. It homes right in, and fast. That's why this individual is covered in fishing line. He'll take any opportunity to feed. If something is edible, he will consume it as quickly as possible. And that is his Achilles heel. The whitetips' hunting grounds in the top layer of ocean puts them right in the danger zone of longliners and fishing fleets. Their Latin name, Longimanus, means long hands, referring to their uniquely broad pectoral fins, which offer extra lift for long-distance swimming. But their massive fins are also a curse. It makes them a prime target for the shark finning trade. Between bycatch and shark finning, oceanic whitetip numbers have plummeted by 70% in the last 2 decades. Darren sees an opportunity to help this individual. If he can use the trailing fishing line to harness this shark, he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Tag the shark and free it from the unforgiving nylon that's cutting in deep behind its right pectoral fin. It'll be a win-win situation, but they need to catch it first. The plan is to clip the fishing line to a float and then haul it closer by hand. It's risky, and Darren's had a close shave with these sharks before.
I looked down, big oceanic, got all excited, jumped in. Typical behavior, comes right in, bumps the camera. I kind of just knock it and it swims off. You know, it wasn't a hard push, it wasn't a hard bump. Just enough to keep it interested, and it swam away. It turned around and it came back. I looked back to see the boat, and the boat was drifting away. So I was like, I need to kind of start heading back towards the boat. But when I started to swim back, I saw the shark turn around, and it started kind of accelerating towards me. So I started to swim a little faster, and then it started accelerating. It dipped down a little bit, and then right as it came to me, it accelerated up at me. I took my camera and I just bashed it in the head as hard as I could, and I knocked the shark back, folded its body, and then it just spun back. It opened its mouth. I'm looking down on top of its head. Its mouth opened, the jaw slid out, and it snapped right in front of my stomach. And then it rolled onto its side, and it went after jaw slide out again, and it snapped again right next to my thigh, and then just dove straight down. I was freaking out. I just yelled for the boat. My crew freaked out. He comes rushing over. I swim up and jump up on that side of the boat. As soon as I rolled around and sat down, the shark came up and bit at my fins. It was, if I stayed in the water, that shark was going to take me no matter what.
Bait in the water keeps the shark occupied as he attempts to tether it. The shark is now on high alert. Second time lucky. Darren needs to get close with the tagging pole. The tag is on, but not in a great position. The camera needs to face down to film the shark feeding. It's time for desperate measures. Adjusting by hand. It's a close call. And he needs to get near those jaws again to cut the shark free of the lines. Mission successful. The line is removed and the hooks will corrode. Both shark and camera tags swim free into the blue depths below. In 18 hours, the tag will detach from the shark, float to the surface, and transmit a satellite signal. Yanis hopes it will reveal groundbreaking behavior of how these sharks find enough to eat. Life in the open ocean is a constant quest for food, and each species has special adaptations to survive here. The speckled white markings on white-tips fins are not accidental. From a distance, the moving white pattern is thought to mimic small schools of bait fish, which lure potential prey towards the hunted shark. Boldly barred pilotfish escort the white-tips on their relentless quest. They make their living by scavenging off meal scraps, and also benefit from the protection of their fearsome hosts. Pilot whales roam the open water in huge pods up to 50 strong. Their submarine-shaped bodies are perfectly designed for a life on the hunt. Smooth, rubbery skin adds to their sleek design and gives them extra speed. But it takes more than a sleek body to maneuver in the water. When whales are hunted, they often dive to great depths. For this, they need rudders and propellers. Their flippers are set low on the sides of the bodies and are used for steering, balancing, and stopping. Their forward motion is created by their tails, which move up and down the water, serving as a propeller. This design enables the tail to propel the whales deep down when they dive, as well as providing lift when they break the surface to breathe. whitetip keeps its secrets below the surface. The research team is hoping that's all about to change. They've received a signal from the shark tank. And they're itching to find out what it reveals. The retrieved camera tag offers a unique ride on an oceanic whitetip. But it's the accompanying data that's more intriguing. It suggests that the oceanic whitetip is feeding at far greater depths than previously thought.
When we look at their diving data, you have depth here. This is going from 7 in the morning to about 7 p.m. at night. And you see these continuous bounce dives, what we call yo-yo diving. Where the shark just goes down and comes right back up, goes down and comes back up. What you see here is that you get these bursts in speed, which often coincide with the apex of the dive. And these circles you see here, that means that the video camera showed us that the shark's encountering potential prey, like a patch of squid, for example. So you always tend to get these bursts of speed at the apex of the dive, and when we put it all together, it suggests that the function of these dives is they're looking for prey.
This behavior in the deep reminds Yanis of another predator that hunts the open ocean. The oceanic whitetip dive profiles are exactly how short-finned pilot whales hunt off the Hawaiian coast. Darren earns a living photographing these whales. And he's noticed an unusual phenomenon. He often sees oceanic whitetips following the whale pod. Could the yo-yo dive profiles from the tag mean the sharks are following the whales down into the deep to hunt with them? If Yanis can tag a shark that's following a pod of pilot whales, he may be able to prove that it's diving with them, and why. It's always been a riddle as to how this big shark finds enough to eat. Could it be collaborating with another open water hunter? Short-finned pilot whales are known as the cheetahs of the deep for their sheer speed. Descending at a rate of 20 miles per hour, they've been launched diving to feeding grounds over 3,000 feet deep. Their pace gives them a greater chance of catching prey, and for good reason. They need to consume up to 30 pounds of food per day to fuel their active lifestyle. On one lungful of air, a 15-minute dive will give them a 60% success rate. They're a good team to back if you're a hungry shark. But oceanic whitetips are known to be solitary surface feeders. So why would they be following deep water specialists? The pilot whales have a trump card. They have a special adaptation that helps them find their prey at huge depths. Sound. Sharks don't have the organs to produce sound, but whales communicate with each other using long and short-range echolocation. It's like sonar. And they also use it as a fish finder. It's a high-tech process, and it all happens in their melon, that bulbous forehead. A whale's nasal passage ends in a blowhole, which shuts underwater, storing and pushing air through their sinuses. The muscles around their sinuses vibrate as air passes through them, channeling these vibrating clicks through the melon. It's a mass of wax and fat which functions like an amplifier, focusing and directing the whale's sonar clicks. The clicks create sound waves that hit objects and reflect back onto the lower jaw, channeling them to the middle ear, and then the brain, building a 3D image of their surroundings. As the pilot whales approach their deep prey, they speed up their clicks in what is known as a click train, which turns into a buzz of short, weak sound pulses, like a strobe light. These high-intensity pulses allow the whales to home in on prey in pitch darkness, which is where they hunt their favorite food. Squid. But squid have their own magic trick. They secrete clouds of ink as a smoke screen to confuse and disorient their pursuers. Janus now has a more efficient way to find the elusive point tips. Find the pilot whales first. They need to come up for air, so they're easier to spot on the open ocean. And now he knows there's a good chance he'll find an oceanic whitetip in tow. Janus wants to prove his theory that the sharks are following the whales to their deep feeding grounds. But to succeed, he'll have to tag the shark free swimming so that he doesn't separate it from the whales. It's risky, and it's never been done before.
Normally, we would do a project like this by catching the sharks and then putting the cameras on their fins and then letting them go. But the problem is here is that we want that relationship or that interaction between the sharks and the pilot whales. If we catch them, we risk breaking it because the sharks are going to be stressed for a couple of hours. So for the first time, we're going to try and attach camera tags to free swimming oceanic whitetips so we remove any potential stress and therefore start recording that sort of natural interaction between the sharks and the pilot whales.
The cheetahs of the deep are on the move, and it's a mad scramble to keep up. In a big pond, it's not always easy to know where the sharks will be. And sometimes there isn't one at all. These whales can travel up to 100 miles in a day. It's a case of hurry up and wait. But any evidence of sharks working with whales is worth try after try.
A little bit to the left, Super. There's a group, if you look back at like 4, there's a slim spot. There's a group of, they just popped up again.
Like the oceanic whitetips, the pilot whales aren't afraid to approach very closely. They are highly sociable. This matriarch is familiar with Gary. she has no qualms indulging him in a few close-ups, even allowing him to get a good look at her very young calf. It's a great whale encounter, but it's not what they're after.
All the planet Earth, the world, and no sharks.
Darren soon spots another pod, and these whales are on a mission. Their speed suggests they're hunting. It's critical to jump in at the tail end of the whales, where the sharks might be. Once again, Yanis uses the fodder to trigger the shark's senses. Out of the deep, coming in at speed, an oceanic white-tip rushes him. Yanis hands the tag to Darren. He can hold his breath longer. But there's an even greater challenge. The pole is designed to tag sharks that are restrained next to a boat, not free-swimming animals underwater. The shark literally has to swim past Darren left to right at a precise angle for him to get the clamp over the dorsal. This shark is taunting him at every turn.
It's just right there, man. It's so close. It's so frustrating.
Darren has the added handicap of needing to breathe air.
It's getting too far away from the whales. I'm starting to get stressed out about if it's going to make it back. If we do get a tag on it, if it'll make it back to the fire whales.
Darren calls it. There's little chance this shark will rejoin the whales and collect the data thereafter before the tag releases. It's a big disappointment. And time is running out. Yanis's research window is over, and Darren will have to tag the next shark on his own. A large pod of pilot whales has been spotted a few miles out to sea. Darren gives the signal. Shark ahead. A crate of chum will help keep the shark occupied now that Darren's diving solo. He goes straight in for the kill. It's another tricky customer.
I got to get the tag right up to the dorsal fin, but then it just pulls. It's just like it can feel me. It's like it's not looking at me, but it can feel like the presence of the tag is right there.
Sharks have the incredible ability to detect weak electric fields produced by the bodies of all living organisms. Their electrical sensitivity is over 5 million times greater than a human can feel. Darren's movement sends out an electrical charge into the water, which the shark picks up through electroreceptors on its skin, called ampullae of Lorenzini. Darren's electrical charge reacts with the sodium and chlorine ions in the seawater and creates a weak voltage, which travels through the pores, stimulates tiny hair cells, and sends a response to the shark's brain, alerting it that something is very close by. Darren's up against the most acute electroreception in the animal kingdom, and he's not winning.
I'm really getting fatigued. I've done, I don't know how many dives now. It's just up and down, up and down, up and down.
They take a timeout. But the shark still evades him. Finally, he gets his shot. But the trigger sticks. It's shark versus technical malfunction, and it's time to think outside the box.
Stop working. I put it on my head.
Darren ditches the fancy gadgets and goes back to basics. He adjusted the first tag by hand on the captive shark, so it's worth a try. But this one is free. And hungry. Marine specialist Darren Verbeck is attempting what no man has ever dared. To tag one of the deadliest sharks on the planet with his bare hands. He's earned his victory lap. The shark swims off into the depths. Hopefully, it will rejoin the pilot whales with tag and camera attached. A few hours later, the tag releases and floats to the surface. The footage is unprecedented. It shows the shark following the whales. Another shark appears in frame. There are now two sharks following the whales. This isn't a one-off. Both sharks are following the pilot whales deeper and deeper. As they gain depth, the water gets darker and darker. It's too dark for the camera now, but the attached microphone picks up on the distinct sounds of the whale's sonar train, which means they're hunting. This might be the closest proof but the oceanic white-tips are piggybacking on the whale's sonar to lead them to the elusive squid. After hunting forties, the whales need to take time to re-energize, reconnect with the pod, and digest what they've just eaten. Squid doesn't seem like a complex meal, but there's a catch to this deepwater delicacy. Each squid has a beak made of some of the hardest materials found in nature. The indigestible barbs don't pass through the whale's intestines, but accumulate in the stomach, knocking against each other and causing pain. This whale, carrying a stomach full of squid beaks, could eventually die of malnutrition. His full belly convulses. There's only one solution. Vomit them up. And here's the clincher. On cue, an oceanic white-tip homes in, his sense of smell in overdrive. Sharks can determine where a scent is coming from by comparing the stimulus from one nostril with the other. Along the underside of this snout, a series of nasal flaps guide seawater to chemically sensitive membranes. The membranes detect minute quantities of dissolved chemicals. Receptors lining the tissue pick up each chemical and send an electrical response to the smell sensors in the forebrain. Sensing small differences and when the scent hits each nostril, the shark steers the most efficient path towards its meal. It looks like secondhand scavenging, but it's groundbreaking confirmation that these sharks are using the hunting skills of another predator to survive. When a pilot whale pukes, it releases a delectable puff of scent into the water. And the shark's super senses guide it in. It's the first time that an oceanic white-tip is caught on camera feeding on whale vomit. Amazingly, an adult white-tip only needs 3 pounds of food per day to survive. Out of a pod of 50 whales, the chances are good that he'll get his daily rations. True survival is ingenious, but it's not glamorous. The oceanic white-tip shark. Once a prolific predator responsible for the greatest loss of human life in shark attack history. Today, humans have all but wiped them from the face of the earth. But there is hope. Villain of history or modern-day mastermind. This shark has smarts. And it's learned a cunning way to survive the slim pickings of the open ocean.